Let's make sure that we're live. Yep, good. Good. Okay, there we go. Okie dokie. Alright. Now for some tunes. Ugh. Fuck work. Fuck work. Fuck stores. Fuck grocery stores. Fuck little special weekly sale bullshit. Fuck it all. Ugh. I am definitely bricked up in a vibe. Ay, fucking yeah, dude. Man, what the hell is this? Don't be doing that. If you're gonna be like doing this, just fall to the side. It's doing like some horns. It wants to come into the front. Really? Okay, whatever. This will force it down. Not really. My God. Oh, whatever. Yeah, fucking yeah. So I didn't even wait to get out of the fucking, like, parking lot, just crack his fucker open. I was like, you know what? Fuck this day. You know, just crack that fucker as I'm like halfway from the parking lot. Like, this is bullshit. Fuck today. 8 fast away till Sunday. Yeah, dude. I fucking knew that was gonna happen too. I like wrapped this stream up from afternoon being like, oh, it's a Monday. I forget how shitty my Fridays are. Because my Fridays are my fucking Mondays and they suck. Ugh. It's brutal, dude. I mean, people were fucking savages today. Fucking savages. I mean, you know, that's not even a fucking, like, a tenth of it right there. Oh my God. Okay, I'm saving it. I'm gonna wait a minute. I'm gonna wait a minute to get too deep in this shit, cause Definitely felt better. I'll be a little harsh. Ugh, there we go. Ugh. Oh. Ay. Oh, man. How to even start off with this fucking day? Outside people being fucking savages. Like, I am honestly getting really fucking tired of the fact that, like, we're understaffed at our department, and yet they want us to basically have, like, the bare minimal skeleton crew and shit, and then basically make it so everybody's fucked if, like, even one person calls in sick. And we had 2 today. You know, one of the people that's supposed to be our mid, and then one of the, you know, people doing the production for him this morning. So, of course, I walk in, everything fucked. And I see one of the PICs actually fucking, you know, being behind our department. I asked her, like, you know, hey, what's going on? And, like, what happened? And she's like, oh, I don't know. I mean, I came over around, like, 1 or something, and been helping out because it's just been one person, you know, after a Mace guy or whatever. I was like, what? I was like, so, and honestly, at that point, I was just like, you know, at that rate, I just would have probably skipped the morning stream and just said, fuck him, why didn't they just call me in early? Like, you know, and then I'm sure, yeah, like, I'm just like, well, I mean, I could have been called in or something, and she's like, well, I mean, we never got around to it. I'm like, okay. So, like, it's pretty much was non-fucking stop, like, basically from, like, when I got there until, like, closing. And, oh my god, the amount of goddamn fucking fried thighs and legs that I've made for, like, you know, chicken is ludicrous. Like, I made at least, like, fucking 3 bags, like, pretty much immediately when I showed up. And then, and then I made another 3 after that. And then, like, I, you know, go on break after just a slow period, you know, because I kind of thought we had our dinner rush a little sooner than anticipated, and so I kind of gauged it for about 10 minutes. I'm like, okay, you know, seems safe enough to, you know, take a break real quick. So I do that. I mean, about 15 to 20 minutes-ish, give or take, and I come back, and it's just, like, swamped. And then there's, like, another PIC, somebody else that was back there helping out with him, and like, my other coworker's like, hey, I'm about to make some shit, and then he just kind of stops, so it's like, you know what, you want to do it? And I'm like, you know what, fuck it, I'll go back there and, you know, start bum rushing that shit. It's like, yeah, I will deal with people up front if you do that. And I'm like, cool, alright. And it ended up basically being like every fucker that was, like, at that counter wanted an AP start. Like, and I'm just like, fuck me. So I ended up making 9 goddamn fucking bags within, like, the span of 30 minutes, and all that shit was gone. Not even kidding, bruh. Like, full on fucking just, like, mostly gone. Like, the last 3 bags I made were the ones that didn't really get hit that hard up until later throughout the evening. Once our dinner rush is over, I was like, fuck, dude. Ugh. So then I come back, because of all that bullshit, when we got slammed or whatever, like, I mean, I eventually, later got both sides first side to be taught, it's like, hey, what happened? I'm like, well, I mean, we've been pretty busy, I mean, with the skeleton crew, I mean, and only 2 of us, I mean, we obviously have to take our breaks at some point. He did his, and I waited a little bit, kind of gauged it out, and it seemed slow, so I took mine, because, you know, it looked like that our dinner rush kind of happened a little sooner, you know, it was like that, you know, for the last couple days, you know, for the weekend, so I was just kind of going off that prediction, and obviously, you know, that wasn't the case, you know, and, when I came back, it was obviously everything was gone. A lot of people are waiting for some fried chicken and shit, obviously. So I'm just, so I immediately, went back there to, make a bunch, and like, I think obviously if me going back there, coming back from my break, probably made some other people mad, because like, why isn't he coming up and helping, and all this other shit. So I just said, obviously it was like, bad timing, when it came to leaving, and basically try to do like this little mild guilt trip of like, look, try to keep him timed to like, only 10 minutes and this and that, blah, 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 because, we probably could have recovered from that better and this and that. I'm just like, honestly, you want to know how we could recover that? Have fucking mid shifts. And like, get us more properly staffed. And I ain't saying that, against her. I'm saying that to the fucking establishment at this one. It's like, make it so, we can actually, like, manage this type of shit. Because, we all take fairly long breaks in this department, okay? Like, we all fucking do. I mean, it's like my other coworker, he was taking about the same, length breaks as I was. It's like I was timing my shit and I was timing his. I'm not trying to go like over the bounds with it. It's just a fucked crazy day. It's like, have people on fucking Mondays. I mean, they should be knowing that by now. Because, I mean, this isn't the first time where we've been fucked on a Monday and they're wondering what the hell is going on. And it's like, I wonder why. Schedule us properly. Like, I wouldn't give a fuck if we're like skeleton crews on the weekends as much, honestly. When where it's most of my, like work week, or even in the middle of the fucking week. But like Mondays and Fridays, especially, no. Like those are the fucking days we need people. And that's like the few days that they do bare minimal, scheduling and shit. Practically, it's fucking absurd. And then it creates this stupid bullshit divisive nonsense where it's just like, because PSC was telling me, it's like, I'm getting yelled at, there's a bunch of people coming from your department, wondering why, it's nothing's out and this and that. And I'm just like, well, I mean, because it wasn't emptied out, before I went on my break. So I was like, all right, I'll come, go back from break. There might be a couple people here and there. I'll come back, fill it back up, top us off for a night. That was the game plan, basically. That was like, literally was going through my head. Which, yeah, I guess I did that, but, kind of underestimated, like, how fucked it would be when I came back, basically. So, it's like you can't predict that shit. Like, that's stuff that you can't fucking, like, just know. Like, it's like, oh, yeah, let me go on break conveniently when, like, in 3 minutes there's gonna be, like, 50 people wanting, like, 8 pieces, 16 pieces of, like, chicken and shit. Yeah, like, because I'm an asshole or something, It's like, a little fucking ridiculous. And again, I don't necessarily blame, the PSCOs came on over to ask about it. Because, she had all these, Karen pieces, and assholes, wondering, like, what the fuck, I expect, like, fresh chicken, being Karens and shit, when we're, like, heavily understaffed and all that, and then taking that out on her. And so it's just like, I mean, so she don't need that bullshit, but the reason why is because we're not scheduled properly. Like, if to top up, just make sure that we're scheduled functionally, especially for a fucking Monday, when they know we need that wouldn't be an issue. Then she wouldn't get her ass chewed out. I wouldn't get chewed out for taking a break. God forbid I'm like, 5 minutes longer than usual or some shit. It's like, I mean, like, those aren't the problems. It's the staffing and shit. And they don't give enough of a fuck to make sure that it's properly scheduled. Because the thing is, even with our skeleton crew, we could have that day scheduled enough, where there's enough people that day. I mean, even with how many people we have right now. But, we just basically get fucked. And then people like me get blamed for it. And I know, tomorrow, if I pop into work for a little bit, say what's up, before going to the show and everything, like, grab like a snack or whatever, like, I know I'm probably going to hear about, like, hey, why wasn't this done, this and that. I'm like, I'm just gonna look at him like, yo, like, we were skeleton crew and shit. It's a Monday. Like, we can't, two people can't run a fucking deli from like 2 o'clock, to the rest of the night on a day like that. Like, so yeah, like, I'm not honestly sorry. Like, that's going to happen. Expect that. Like, if this keeps happening. And, and if there's at least enough people, then I can get to everything and I can do my job functionally and properly. So it's like, motherfuck. She gave me a very throat endorsement, a beautiful endorsement, actually. What? I'm missing a meme. I'm missing out on a meme. Zukoff, what are you doing? Probably working. Alright, yeah, I do too. I mean, well, I don't necessarily mind it, but oh my god, I hate the specific shit that I have to deal with. When it shouldn't have to be the case. Wait a minute, you're not fat. What? What the? Really? You are apparently because he gave Trump a full throat endorsement. Christie? Wait, Chris Christie? Huh? I guess, yeah, I mean, I am definitely unaware of the meme. Gnome Christie? Governor of the Lesser Dakota? Oh, South Dakota? Oh. So she was basically just like some random obscure-ass governor. She gave me a full-throated endorsement. A beautiful endorsement, actually. We're very full-throated, let me just tell you. She goes down that endorsement so tremendously. Let me tell you, it's very beautiful. What are you doing? DC miss for thinking, get you from your place to tomorrow and then hover to flavor for flow. Alright, yeah, that works for me. Alright, hold on. Is that what it is? My god, dog. I'll move this. God, you fucking little butt. So persistent. Venom, we know you work at the Alabama version of Redneck Hooters. Ooh, yeah. You gotta do a little better than that, Venom. Trump's still taught to her. Well, no shit. I mean, he's a like orange scumfuck Cheeto. Honestly, like, didn't he do some sort of like interview? Isn't that where the meme came from? Like, I heard, like, I saw like some from the grapevine of him being on like some interview or some shit. Come on, Grinder. Freaking Cheeto ends. I tell you what, that damn freaking Cheeto ends. It's gonna close the border, feel nice. Well, Biden's also doing that. So, I mean, it's not exactly, you know, really anything unusual about that, unfortunately. That's kind of the status quo and typical, like, form for you know, for the, you know, like, really any party. So what's happening for news? Last year was happening for news. What little fun things happening for today? So Canada investigates the link between the Indian government and assassinate. What? Oh, wait, what? What? India assassinated somebody in Canada? What the fuck? Huh? Isn't that technically an act of war? Like, did India just technically commit an act of war to Canada, if that's true? It's like, yeah, we just whacked one of your citizens on your own soil. What are you gonna do, bitch? It's like, I mean, well, what? That's like some red flags if I've ever seen some. Canada, on one hand, don't be like, oh, sorry. But you do, I miss some of that. Well, here, I don't know. Like, Canada is investigating a link between the Indian government and the death of a Sikh activist or some shit. Yeah, so, Prime Minister says that Canada is investigating possible links. Government assassination of a Canadian citizen who was an activist on behalf of the independent Sikh homeland. Isn't that, like, Khalistan or something like that? I think I'm kind of vaguely familiar with that a little bit, but it's like, so what? So did, like, India just has been cracked down hard on minorities? Yeah. Well, Modi is a fucking, like, basically a fascist. I mean, he's an ultra nationalist Hindu. Like, basically, he's cracking down on, like, Sikhs, Muslims, and pretty much any group that isn't, like, you know, part of the, you know, hierarchical, like, you know, superior caste system of, like, you know, what is, you know, proper in society and shit. Like, it's honestly pretty fucking backwards. Like, I mean, they're pretty fucked, honestly, when it comes to that type of shit. But the thing is, though, like, I mean, this doesn't do good for India at all. Like, it does good for Modi, I guess, just for his own personal power. But having this shit being, like, you know, just out in the open like that, like, the fuck, dude? Breaking news.
As it looks into what Prime Minister Justin Trudeau calls credible allegations that India's government had something to do with the killing of a Sikh activist.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
So this activist fought for an independent Sikh homeland in India. He was struck in June outside a temple in British Columbia. I want to bring in Megan Fitzgerald, who's been following this for us. What do we know, Megan, about these allegations and where they came from?
Well, Yasmin, first, good to be with you. And look, this is something that is just developing right now. The news just broke hours ago from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who basically said that, look, you know, this is an investigation that's been going on for several weeks, that Canada has been working closely with its allies around these allegations that Indian government agents were behind the killing of this Sikh leader outside of this temple, which is just outside of Vancouver in Britain.
Wait, so this guy was, like, killed outside of the temple? Was he, like, shot? Did they just, like, drive by shoot him or something? I mean, bruh. I mean, you know, it's just like, I mean, if that's the case, then holy shit. Like, I mean, that's brazen. Like, if they just went, like, outside and just, like, whacked the dude, pretty much, like, in broad daylight in the middle of a fucking parking lot, that's crazy, dude. That's like some literal mafia hit shit right there, bro.
Yeah, to give you some background here, the Sikh supporter, was a strong supporter of this idea of having a Sikh homeland. This is something that India has banned. These types of groups are banned in India, and it's something that the Indian government calls a threat to their national security. Now,
which kind of adds to the idea that this guy who's just merely an activist for, you know, an independent Kyrgyzstan, you know, basically just implies that, oh, he's a terrorist and, you know, a piece of shit, so fuck this guy, we're gonna whack him because he's, you know, a threat to national security. Like, that's the justification. I can already tell what that, you know, what it is.
Justin Trudeau, in speaking directly to the Canadian people today, said that he had a direct conversation with the Prime Minister of India, Modi, at the G20 last week, and I want you to listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
Really, huh?
Any involvement of a foreign government in the killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil is an unacceptable violation of our sovereignty.
Well, damn, so, like, I guess, well, it doesn't seem like, you know, that was directly at, like, Modi, but I'm assuming she means that, like, during the G20, like, he actually, like, met with him prior or, like, during or after the speech and was like, hey, did you fucking do this? Like, if that's the case, then, you know what? I actually think, you know, like, you know, at this point, you know, Canada knows they did it, dude. Like, I'm honestly gonna just kind of, like, basically say, you know, guilty till proven innocent on this one. Like, I mean, it seems pretty heavily suspect that, you know, a Sikh activist just gets shot and killed, you know, I'm assuming at least shot and killed, like, outside the, you know, the parking lot of the temple that, you know, he resides, you know, a lot of prayers and all that shit at. And, you know, it's considered a national threat to Indian, you know, national security and sovereignty and shit. And it's heavily, you know, speculative and likely that Indian agents, you know, under the authority of the Indian state, whacked him.
He also continued, and I want to read for you, he said, in the strongest possible terms, I continue to urge the government of India to cooperate with Canada to get to the bottom of...
I think that says that, you know, Trudeau knows that it was India. It's like, I urge India to cooperate with us. Like, basically saying, if you don't, we're gonna, like, raise economic hell on you. Because I don't think Canada's gonna, like, do some war or whatever over this. I mean, you know, I guess technically it would be an act of war that India did do. But, I mean, I wouldn't say that that should be the fucking, you know, thing that should happen. I mean, there should definitely be, like, some diplomatic and economic, like, repercussions, though. And there probably will be. At least by Canada directly. I don't know if any other state would, you know, follow up with it, you know, but I know Canada's definitely going to have a lot of, you know, negative, you know, outcomes, you know, when it comes to, you know, addressing India, like when it comes to, like, maybe sanctioning them or just cutting off diplomatic ties and shit like that.
Matter. So there's a lot of questions here, a lot that we don't know, but of course this is a developing story, and one that will most certainly be on...
Nah, Canada should just start World War III. It's like, I mean, oh my god. Dude, how absurd would that be? It's like, World War III doesn't start because of, like, Putin, or, like, you know, or, like, you know, China, or the United States. It was Canada and India that started World War III. Like, oh my god.
Thanks for watching. Stay up.
Oh, fuck you. Well, that's some crazy bit of information. So, damn, that's happening, I guess. Can she nuke India? Venom, are you, like, forgetting to use your Ignore Husky account for that? How in the, like, I mean, like, I'm also wondering how YouTube even, like, allows literally an identical copy of my fucking, like, name as a no channel, honestly. I've tried that before, being like, hey, let me see if I could just, like, just kind of redo and rebrand, and it's like, no, doesn't do it. That doesn't mean Lamau. I know you have 2 devices that you can post and comment on, okay? Like, I mean, does Canada Land have nukes? No, because if they did, it probably would have been via the United Kingdom. You know, and at this point, they probably just rely on the United States. So. Canada does not have nukes. Yeah. They don't. I mean, basically, like, you know, when they were technically still part of the, like, British Commonwealth broadly, like, when it comes to the British Empire, I'm sure technically, I guess you can make the argument they did, but by proxy. Which I suppose technically they're still part of the Commonwealth. I don't know what the weird fucking, like, specific details are with their, you know, like, relation with UK, but, I mean, you know, it's not, they're not theirs. Like, they, you know, it's basically just like they have to rely on, essentially, you know, the UK or the United States, you know, to kind of make up the bulk of it. Girlfriend's trans and beautiful. Based. Base. Do you know England's trying to revive the Commonwealth since they left the EU? I don't think that's going to work. So I don't think that's going to succeed. Why would any of the former Commonwealth nations look at that and be like, oh yeah, sure, why not? Like, I don't think that's going to happen. They could try, but I highly doubt it would work. In fact, I feel like it would backfire even worse than Brexit and all this other bullshit. I mean, like, the UK is just kind of like slowly but surely just having an existential crisis of collapse. Canada and Australia have signed up for it. I mean, honestly, isn't it because they already technically are part of the Commonwealth on paper? Even though it's not official anymore? Like, because I think they were the last two to still be a part of the Commonwealth, technically, you know, when the Commonwealth, the part of the UK, you know, officially disbanded. So basically, they would, you know, it arguably would make sense for those two, you know, to be like the first ones to kind of go back into it. I'll do absolutely anything except help the working class to save my career, Sunak. Sunak? Is that the Prime Minister of England? They basically go for those, like, Prime Ministers or whatever the fuck, like, you know, fucking, I don't know. Like, they go for them like goddamn, like, toilet paper or some shit after a diuretical shit. So, I mean, because, like, that's basically the UK politics at this point. Them taking diuretical shits and just, like, going for politicians like toilet paper. They're like, oh, would this work? Oh, would this work? Maybe this person would work. Oh, they lasted 2 seconds. Alright, maybe this person. England, you don't know what the fuck you're doing anymore. There's a reason why, you know, like, the sun never set on your empire. It wasn't because, you know, of y'all being colonialistic bastards and imperialistic thugs of the world and shit. And also being international drug dealers and shit with, like, the opium wars and stuff like that. It's because God never trusted a British, you know, British man under the dark. Or an Englishman. God can't trust them. You have to make sure they're all in the spotlight. So they ain't doing nothing weaselly. Oh, those guys make a Conservative Party, despite how shitty our votes are always anyone but Labour. Yeah, basically. And also, it's like, I mean, a lot of it, I think, is just because of, like, the, you know, a lot of, like, other Labour Party members and also, like, some of the more, like, you know, like, yeah, just the broader establishment of the UK, you know, over there domestically have essentially, like ostracized, like, anyone that is genuinely remotely, like, leftist, you know, like Jeremy Corbyn, for example, because, oh, they might have, like, some pro-Palestinian takes here and there, so they, you know, basically demonized him as an anti-Semite and essentially, like, destroyed any actual political power that he had at one point. I mean, he had some problems for sure. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, but, like, I mean, you know, considering what the UK's got going on in general, like, he was kind of the, you know, kind of like the British version of Bernie Sanders, basically, over there. I mean, not, you know, it's not saying too much, it's not, you know, great, so to speak, but, I mean, fuck. They could have at least had something worth a shit. Like, and also I think it, at least for different reasons, I think he also endorsed the whole Brexit thing too, if I remember correctly. But I mean, that happened, a while ago, so I don't exactly remember. It leaked Peter's gonna be Venom. What? Huh? Oh, you're talking about that Spider-Man 2 game? Okay. Another game I have no basis of knowledge on. So I'm gonna sit here and be like, what? Oh, okay, cool. Shh, Walter, I'm not ready for you yet. I just think it's kind of problematic. I mean, like, with what so specifically? I mean, like, because, I mean, at least when it comes to some policy ideas, sure. I mean, I'm not, like, absolutely 100% with him, but at least, when it comes to the root, specifically with his, advocacy, especially lately with a lot of this pro-labor sentiment and advocacy and activism that's been going on lately with, like, the UAW, SAG-AFTRA, WGA, etc. I mean, he's been essentially, like, in lockstep, a very overt, voice and advocation, for them. So, I mean, it's one of those things where I'm kind of taking the dub right now. I'm just going to take the dub when I can. Brexit was dumb as fuck. Corbyn lost credibility with that. Yeah, certainly did. Because, like, I mean, a lot of that shit was just, like, I mean, it was just, I mean, obviously ridiculous. I mean, it basically just, like, gave England, like, a permanent existential crisis. That pretends Bernie tried to summon the ghost of Stalin. Well, if only we could watch it on YouTube. Well, maybe we could find a platform that we can get away with doing that on. Because I honestly do want to have, like, a movie commentary. Maybe I could do it via StreamYard. So, I might be able to get away with it there. Already endorsed by and found any semblance of a primary. Yeah, well, yeah, it's this lack of a cojones I already issue. And, and because of that, he's certainly softened on, some things. Streaming on Venmo? Fuck no, fuck Venmo. Or Vimeo. Like, I mean, dude, they're, like, basically a bunch of con artists. Like, they fucked over, like, so many people that used to be a part of that platform and shit by trying to, like, do mafia-esque racketeering, extortion out of, people with, like, monthly services that would skyrocket and shit. Like, now, fuck them. I ain't gonna be paying, like, 600 fucking bucks, just to be, able to stream and do all this and that. Now, fuck that. Rumbler, I mean, I know. Like... Well, you know what? Honestly, to watch Free Lunch Express on Rumbler, you know what? Actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea, because then it'll be, a lot of right-wingers that will come in thinking we're, conservatives, having fun with a conservative movie. But then when they start hearing us and shit and having, okay. Oh, dude, hell yeah. You know what? Yeah, I might consider that. I might, do Rumbler just to do that. Meant to say Rumble. Rumbler, whatever. Same difference. Who gives a shit? It's that right-wing rag site. Rumbler led to gay streaming. Nah, he meant to say Rumble, though. I mean, it's same here. You could, whatever. My brain's been all fucked from working today, okay? Whatever. Got me some slack. But, like... I mean, yeah, but on Rumble, though, I mean, honestly, I was initially being like, fuck that, I don't want a bunch of conservative jack-offs, in the chat, but I was like, you know what, hold on. Like, watching Free Lunch Express on there, and then having conservatives pop in, and watch us kind of laugh at the movie a little bit, but also kind of fuck on their weird, like, delusions at the same time, they might not realize it at first, like, I don't know, I think that'd be kind of interesting. Actually looks funny as fuck. No, dude, for real, like, it actually does legit unintentionally look good. Like, Free Lunch Express unironically, like, looks good. For, not because they tried to make it good, but because it's so bad, it's good, and it's, like, ironically hilarious and good. I mean, that's what I like. I mean, honestly, I don't think you get asked for anything better out of something like that. You know what I mean? Because it's just summoning Stalin at, like, you know, some ritualistic, like, you know, like, altar, you know, to Stalin and Lenin. He's like, please, Papa Stalin. With, like, marijuana incense just smoking up the room. Dude, fuck yeah, dude. I would love that shit so much. Hope they have him smoke weed while summoning him. Oh, you know they will. And doing acid. You know acid's gonna be involved. If you like Stalin, go, I'll give you a smoke of weed or doing acid. Acid, yes. Weed, maybe. That one is, to me, a maybe. Acid, yes. Unless he's doing it to try to brainwash you and have, like, some sleeper agent phrase. Do you still have Super Mario memorabilia? Nope. Nah, I ate the last little bit of that at the, Wait, when did I eat the last little bit of that? Was it a fishbone or was it? Oh no, it was on my birthday. I ate the last of it then. Because I had to backtrack for a sec, because I knew I had it, because I knew I sat on it for a fat minute, and I was like, wait, I had the last of it, you know, that's the problem. I was like, but no, that was on my birthday. I remember that. Why were you wanting some? I mean, because I'll have to ask my coworker who was supposed to be here today. And I also, like... Oh, and that also reminds me, actually, to get into the work thing one more time. Like, one of my coworkers and shit, who has a daughter and stuff, like, and has her over the weekend. Like, sometimes on Mondays, like, man, oh, you're saying you should do shrooms for your, the right wing night? You know, yeah, I could, because I can at least plan it at that point. I could kind of, like, you know, set up a time and plan that out as in the future endeavor, because I can actually work this out, yeah, so, you know, all right. But, yeah, like, it, you know, because, like I was saying, though, if, like, my coworker, like, he has his daughter over the weekends and shit, you know, and during the weekdays, you know, she's over at Vimaw's house. So when it, you know, but during Mondays, like, it's always like a fucking coin chance or coin flip, and honestly, it's more often to land on tails more so than heads of him actually being there. You know, like, so most of it's like 75% of the time he calls in, because, like, hey, I still need to take care of, you know, I have a baby girl and blah, 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 and, you know, and it's, which is understandable, but it's like, if this is, like, a genuinely, like, a common thing that happens a lot, like, then don't work Monday, you know. It's like, I mean, you know, or be scheduled way later in the day so you can at least, you know, like, have some time, you know, to get her over on the other side of town or whatever the fuck, you know. It's like, or something. I mean, work that out so then, you know, we aren't fucked, you know, for a day like this, you know what I mean? It's like, goddamn. Because if it's a day that you more likely are unable to do, you know, then, you know, let it so someone else has that shift so then we ain't fucked. It's like, ugh. Because, man, it was like a fucking torture torture chest, but a torture test. It was a torture chest full of torture tests. Oh, and there was another time where another POC. I was actually pulled aside twice today. One for the break thing, and another one because apparently we're not facing enough a night or some shit. Because apparently, like, the PICs at night got chewed the fuck out for a lot of the different departments and a lot of the store not being faced properly or whatever the fuck. I don't fucking know. I mean, some shit like that. And it's like, hey, you know, before you leave tonight, do you think you could try to face things out? And I was just like, I mean, and I kind of looked at it like, I mean, you know, I'm just like, I know you know, but, you know, there's only like 2 of us, and, you know, like, we're always on a skeleton crew. Like, a lot of these things, you know, we're usually just aren't able to get to. And he's like, yeah, I know, but, you know, I end up getting on overtime myself because I have to try to do these things, which it's not even his job to face our department, so I don't even know why he's doing that anyway. We shouldn't have to. And, you know, it's like, well, you know, I'll try to get to what I can, but, you know, it's like, you know, like, I mean, we're all kind of fucked in this situation, and I know you're, you know, got your issues too going on with your side of things, and it's just like, I mean, it's like, I know you're just, you know, reminding me to make sure that I can try to do that, and try to keep up with it, which I get, but, like, man, PS5 has a bunch of backwards compatibility PS1 games. Holy shit, really? Okay, that's pretty fucking cool. Once, twice, 3 times in Ignar. Dude, I mean, no shit, bro. Dude, I swear to God, like, if there's, like, some other random shit like that pops up where it's like, hey, what the, you know, I don't even know, dude. I'm literally gonna be like, hey, you know what, hold up. Before you get at me for anything, can I just say this right the fuck now and be like, we are always on skeleton crews and shit. You know, it seems like, you know, all, you know, the work days that I'm working, you know, it's just too closer, you know, by the time I show up and stuff. And I know that's not just because I might show up 15 minutes or 20 minutes late. I know that ain't the fucking case, because a lot of times, you know, there's only one person by the time I show up, because, like, you know, a lot of the people that are working in the mornings and the mids leave early. Usually like an hour to 30 minutes early and shit a lot of times. So it's just like, I mean, you know, a lot of that type of shit is, you know, not inherently all on me. You know, like, because frankly, it's just like, you know, I mean, you know, like, us doing the breaks that we do, you know, aren't any different than, you know, how we've done them in the past. You know, they've always been like that. So this idea that, like, you know, they try to kind of, like, pin the blame on, like, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 specific people over tiny little things is a little fucking silly, considering that they don't schedule people right, or, you know, hire enough people to make sure that, you know, we're, like, adequately staffed. I mean, it's like, And I know for absolute fact, our department ain't the only one that's been fucked. Some of the guys in my department come over to our department for snacks and some food and shit during their lunches and stuff like that. And a lot of stuff is same shit for them. And, you know, weirdly enough, at least they get some, you know, new hires every now and then. They actually recently just got one. And, you know, even though they cycle through them a lot, and this last one's the only one that's stuck around for at least a couple months now, you know, it's just like, I mean, fuck, at least you're getting some people, you know, but it's just like, you know, for me, it's just like, hey, you know, or for our department, it's like, where the fuck is our people being hired up for and shit? If you got time to lean, you got time to clean. And you look like you used some time in the hospital. No particular reason why. No shit, dude. Well, the thing is, today I literally had no time to do any leaning. Like, I was running around with, like, you know, a chick with his head cut off today. Like, all fucking day. That was the last ounce of courage. Wait, what? Does that Christmas Right Away movie count as watchable? I know there's a few of them. I know there's that Kirk Cameron one. You know what? It's also weird. I've never owned a game console. I've owned a handheld games before, but never a console. Oh, weird. I guess that isn't really necessarily too weird. The one that Ignar stuff through in 2022. Wait, what? Kirk Cameron Saving Christmas. Oh, yeah, Saving Christmas. But yeah, the one that we saw was the last ounce of courage. Yeah. Yeah, that was the one that we saw last year. And then we tried to watch another one, and then YouTube was like, no. Got away with the Christian slop, but the one that was actually kind of cool, we couldn't watch. Which made me sad. It was like the Devil's something something. I forgot what it was called. Lol. Baby O sitting on the toilet. I wasn't that drunk, friend. You were so drunk I found you on the toilet with a seatbelt on saying, I'm on my way home. What the hell? Oh my god, I'm saving this. That's good. That's some good shit. So it's actually, dude, that's not even a terrible Facebook meme. That's actually fucking funny, dude. You know, after a long night, Duffies. I mean, it's these days, luckily not. Chonk. You literally just fucking sent me my stream. Hey, what's up, me? Am I a chonk? I guess I'm a chonk. Am I a chonk? Are you calling me fat? God damn it. God damn it is right. Hey, and I also had a video I was gonna watch. Now I have to find it. There it is. Tweets of cats. Tweets of cats. Venom, don't Russell brand me, okay? I don't want to be Russell branded. No one here wants to get Russell branded, alright? I don't. Rose don't. No one don't. Okay? We're the thinnest person I know. I know. Which, I mean, I am a thin fuck, dude. Despite having the, like, the mindset and the spirit of a fat chonk, I mean, I am surely not a fat chonk at all. I'm the skinniest fuck you'll ever meet. A thrilling saga. The kitty has discovered the watermelon. The kitty consumes the watermelon. The kitty becomes the watermelon. The kitty melon, dude. Somehow that sounds even worse. I'm totally gonna Kirk Cameron him. Oh my god. Okay, well. I'm gonna have to, you know, send you all to Cop City now. Ready to go to Cop City? Don't worry. We're gonna be escorted by Officer Masterson. And our very twinkish looking ginger boy over here, Officer Ginger Twink. I feel bad. I don't know if he actually is gay or not. I feel sorry. I'm sorry, Ginger Twink. Until I know your name, I'm calling you that, though.
Cop City right now. Don't shoot us. We're here to help.
Wait, hold on. We're
on our way to Cop City right now. Don't shoot us.
You're now leaving the USA.
We're here to help.
All right.
Help.
No force, no peace. Stop Cop City. No ho. Highwood dystopia. Defend Atlanta Forest. Damn, dude, that is honestly some badass shit right there, dude. I love that. That is awesome.
We're getting shot. I wanted to look for a place to volunteer to help build Cop City. I brought a chainsaw.
Oh my god. Dude, that shit kind of dropped, though. That shit dropped. I like it.
It's a $90 million militarized police training facility that the city of Atlanta is trying to dump in the middle of the blackest part of southeast Atlanta and unincorporated DeKalb County. Cop City would be equipped with a mock city for urban...
You know, I find it kind of curious that, you know, it happens to be in one of the more blackest areas of Atlanta and outside the greater Atlanta area. I kind of find that a little interesting. You know, I've also heard rumors that Portland cops and the PPB, and I think even Oregon State Police want to potentially petition and try to do this if this ends up being successful. Like, they don't want to do it, like, yet, but they're like, we'll see how this plays out, and if it works out, then we'll do it too. Like, so they're kind of gearing up, and I think even Seattle Police have, like, you know, murmured about it as well. Like, multiple departments all over the country have, like, looked at this and are, like, overtly being like, we like this. You know, we like to see what happens as a result from this. How bad is the backlash? Can we get away with it even with the backlash? You know, how far can we take it? You know, so so a lot of these different police departments are basically looking at all this, you know, as like, you know, a situation where it's like, hey, you know, if this is successful, you know, could we potentially do it here? And considering that it's in Atlanta, Georgia, like, I guarantee you a lot of other southern states are probably already, you know, considering on trying to do it already, you know, when it comes to trying to push this shit. I guarantee you, you know, at least around in, like, the West Coast or, like, New York and places like this, you know, like in Oregon and shit, like, I imagine they're gonna wait it out for a little bit and not jump the gun quite yet, because, you know, the backlash and reaction will at least be as equivocal, if not even worse, considering at least a little bit more of the broader leftist activism that happens in the PNW, at least, with, like, Portland and Seattle. So, I mean, I feel like they're gonna kind of wait it out a little bit. Is already doing, so Alabama's already doing, so Birmingham has their own cop city, you know, on the way. So, see what I mean? Yeah, so southern states are already, like, in the works of trying to push this shit before this is even done. Some states in some places are going to kind of wait it out a little bit, but, you know, a lot of other, you know, places, like, yeah, okay, obviously seems like she was pretty gung-ho about it, I would imagine. Oh, we could have our own cop city in Birmingham, one of the more blackest, you know, cities in Alabama? Oh, yes, please. You know, why not? Maps working with the PPA to propose a cop city for Forest Park. Probably. Something like that. I would, honestly, probably. I mean, that would be at least my first guess. I mean, I don't know where else, but I don't know exactly where, you know, something like that would directly, you know, like, be established, but Forest Park possibly definitely seems like, you know, would be a spot. Forest Park neighborhoods are majority white. Yeah, well, yeah, that, I mean, they would be kind of like, what the fuck, no. I mean, I don't really know how they might set it up in, like, North Alberta and Killingsworth area. I mean, the more black area of Portland. So, you know, it's one, I don't know logistically where they would set it up. I just know, you know, like, they would at least want to, you know, push something like this. I mean, maybe it won't necessarily be, like, you know, in town. Maybe it'll be somewhere more a little farther outside of town. Maybe, like, you know, somewhere in, like, the Gresham area, maybe. You know, like, one of the more, like, kind of, like, sparser populated, or, not, like, populated, but, you know, like, some of the more, like, sparsely dense areas where it's not as dense in Gresham or something. I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly where they would set it up. I just kind of heard rumors and, like, grapevine stuff, like, you know, from stuff like this, but also, you know, through, like, other, you know, activist groups and shit that have kind of, you know, extensively talked about Cop City and how even other police departments from, you know, like, from Portland, Seattle, and Alabama, and from Birmingham, etc., like, they're all over the country. They are looking at this and essentially, you know, looking at what they could potentially, you know, advance on with this. PBB doesn't have jurisdiction over Gresham. Well, that's what I mean, like, you know, like the state, you know, might, at least, you know, the, you know, Oregon State Police, you know, might be collaborating with other departments and maybe try to see if they can push this and at least get it somewhere. And I guarantee you, like I said, they will probably at least put it, you know, like, you know, would be at least somewhere near Portland, I take a guess. Because, you know, just any location would be intentionally illogical. Yeah, pretty much. Portland's already basically a free fire zone. No, it's not.
Training, complete with a bomb testing facility, a Black Hawk helicopter landing pad, a mock apartment complex where they could scale buildings and pretend to break into people's houses and blow their stuff and terrorize the community. Cop City would also be equipped with community meeting rooms for those who support the Atlanta Police Foundation.
What's a free fire zone? It's basically a zone where, well, not just well, a free fire zone is basically like, you know, like things that are like, you know, people that might have guns and shit and just kind of shoot them willy-nilly. Like, think of like a combat zone, basically. You know, like somewhere that's like lawless and whatever. It's kind of like a conservative trope. But also, yeah, police, you know, tend to kind of like instill this idea in themselves. It's kind of multi-defined, depending on how you look at it. A lot of conservatives or right-wingers will say Portland's like a lawless free fire zone where a bunch of like game bangers, you know, are just shooting people and all this and that, whatever the fuck. They say that for like Detroit and Chicago too. You know, but at the same time, like a lot of cops, you know, will basically, you know, just do the, like, Free Fire thing because of that whole implicit, you know, dogma shit. It's kind of a reciprocal cycle thing, too, in a way. Have been mostly symbolic federal sanctions. Yeah. I mean, in that case, yeah. I mean, it ain't really wrong. Because most cops tend to treat their place they patrol as Free Fire zones anyway.
And all of their shenanigans to be able to meet. And, oh, I forgot, a nice walking path right through the middle of it.
Wow. We're on our way to...
I love it. A beautiful walking path so you can see all the dystopian oppression around you. Amazing. See? Liberal power, bro.
We just want to help build Cop City. We're going to offer our help. Yeah, this is... It's like 100 acres that they're taking up. Yeah. Basically...
Dude, and they already are, like, in the process of building it, dude.
Police, Atlanta police into a military. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like a fucking, like, beginnings of a military forward base of operations, an FOB. This literally looks like a FOB under construction. Like a long-term FOB or something. Like, I mean, bruh.
Detention center. It's also a drug. It's a sign that says drug-free school zone. I love it.
A drug-free school zone? What the fuck?
Youth detention center, and they put a...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, that's just so fucked up.
It's a drug-free school zone. The fucking balls on them to say that. Where?
Welcome to the checkpoint. Can we see your papers? Hello, I'm your local Gestapo agent. Can I see your papers?
Straight up that way?
I like how he's actually holding a chainsaw, like, right here. You know, like, right here, and it is in view of her, and she doesn't even question it. She's like, okay, just a random, you know, two gentlemen, two white boys with a chainsaw, nothing to see here.
Thank you for your service. That's the cop. How you doing? We're trying to find Cop City. We came to help build Cop City, and we brought a chainsaw to help cut down the trees. We just need, like, an extension cord, but, where do we, like, help, like, to volunteer?
It's, you know, it's actually that way a little bit. I like how he's actually kind of... Dude, look at his face. He has, like, this look of, like, I don't know how to react to this, but I guess since they're not overtly being troubled, you know, then I guess I'll help them. It's that way. Let's let them go into the hornet's nest, I guess. Dude has this look of like, y'all motherfuckers are up to something, dude. This cop knows, dude. He knows that these guys are here to troll.
Well, thank you for your service. Thank you, sir. I wanted to look for a place to buy.
Man, dude, the balls of Walter Maston to walk up to a cop in a cop car with a fucking chainsaw in his hand, dude. Dude, he has balls of titanium, dude. Like, I mean, how's he walking around with, like, titanium balls, you know, like, you know, just protruding, you know, underneath those pants, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I would not do this, even as a bit. Like, dude, I mean, even if I overtly look like a Blue Lives Matter, MAGA Trump guy, you know, like, I mean, I wouldn't even, I would not. I mean, you know, dude, Walter's got some balls, bro, and I respect it. I absolutely respect it, dude.
Here to help build Cop City. I brought a chainsaw. Here we go. Here's Cop.
Oh my god, he's actually gonna start going to these construction workers. Oh my god. Oh boy, this.
Pulling us over right now.
Wait, the cop is immediately pulling a ball. Oh no, oh boy, oh no.
Alright, yes sir. Alright, yes sir. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Alright, thanks sir.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Oh, this dude's definitely not happy.
Oh wait, here. We're
good.
We're trying to volunteer to help build Cop City.
So you want to build Cop City?
Well, no, because I heard they're building it. We wanted to help volunteer to.
Dude, this cop is confused. Like, wait, you want to help build it? Dude, he's good. Dude, he's actually confused.
And like cut down trees.
All right, so basically, you guys stopped. You wanted to know if you could help build the.
Yes, Cop City. Yeah.
Cop City.
Yeah, we brought. Just so if you could also write down that we brought a chainsaw An extension cord.
We just need an extension cord.
And I mean, once I put the chain back on, it's gonna be ready.
Okay, you know what? That might have actually saved him, you know, detention because he didn't have the actual chain on it. You know, he's okay. You know, I didn't even notice that he was walking around without it on. You know what? All right, okay. That he still got balls because I don't think a cop would immediately notice that. But yeah, I mean, you can't really exactly operate a chainsaw if the actual chain is not on there.
But yeah, and we're...
Why you put it on? Right? Oh my God, he's like assembling this. He's like assembling it right in front of the cop there.
You said your chain was broken on it.
Oh yeah, the chain's broken, but and I also need an extension cord. It's because I just need somewhere to plug it in, and it'll be
Okay, so you just wanted to cut the trees down to help.
Yes.
Or I guess cut wood to help nail up.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
All right. Did you guys have IDs on you?
Yes, sir.
So
it's in my back pockets, all right?
Oh no, you're fine. Yeah.
It says the woke police wanting to bring us to cop society. We decided to find ourselves.
This is interesting.
Don't shoot us. We're here to help. We're totally getting shot, aren't we? Is this where they're gonna build Cop City? Look at these. Look at these. Someone tear these liberal trees down.
These damn liberal communist trees. I really love these like acknowledgement Atlanta forests. Was it something of the Muskogee Creek and Cherokee people, the indigenous caretakers, black descendants. I don't think indigenous peoples are like okay, maybe technically because like you know all of humanity comes from Africa, but okay, whatever. I mean, whatever. I'm reading too much into it.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%.
We're going to Cop City. I just need to find an extension cord. I want to help build Cop City.
Hunter Biden is gonna turn my kids woke. I need to.
It's gonna turn my kids woke.
He's gonna help.
Hello?
I want a military training facility for Atlanta police. Urban crime, fentanyl, World Economic Forum, Nancy Pelosi, Hunter Biden.
Trump actually was the one who approved this Cop City here, because he's the one running the country.
Trump is still the president.
Do that high inflation stuff. It's all part of the plan.
It's World Economic Forum.
Right now, definitely the high inflation.
They're really trying to see if somebody like out in the distance would hear them as they're trying to like go back to the construction site and be like, wait, is there people yelling back there? Hey, yo, Bill, can you go check out what the fuck is going on over there? Like, they're trying. I mean, evidently they must be getting close because they, are finding more of these.
Specific. They'll be like, no, Trump's...
I'm just too busy smoking crack and sending dick pics to Shabibo. Well, hey, I mean, like, Shabibo's slowly but surely unintentionally spreading, that around is actually how the kids get woke. And Shabibo don't even realize. That's the 5D chess maneuvers that Hunter's doing there, bro.
Right. He doesn't have control over it.
He's not running the entire government. He's just in control of the military.
Welcome to Wilani.
If I did the stuff you did, I hear the whole, like...
No, there's barricades.
Yeah, no, I once had to take 3 months off from work because I was like, this has, like, affected me.
No. Why do we want justice? When do we want it? Now! Why do we want justice? When do we want it? Now!
Johnny Holman. Wasn't that the guy that got shot and killed, when they tried to break up a bunch of these protesters and literally labeled them as fucking terrorists and shit? Like...
At the Fulton County Jail where all the MAGA people were...
Pretty sure that was his name.
The weaponization of law enforcement. And I brought up Cop City, and they said, well, it's just a training facility.
That is what Mayor Andre Dickens, the Atlanta Police Foundation, and the City of Atlanta City Council want you to believe, that it's just a training facility. Because you know what? The old facility that we didn't take care of needs to be replaced with something 5 or 6 times larger so that we can not take care of that too. Oh, on the same land where we didn't take care of an another police facility that eventually became just a dumping ground for the community because we did not even clean it up after we left it the last time. Oh, but we did leave a firing range that's open 24 hours a day where people's children wake up and go to bed to gunfire.
Let's give a quick shout out to all...
Yeah, because, you know, having a fire range so close to, you know, a suburban neighborhood is probably, you know, a great idea, you know what I mean? Well, this, like, there's no way this is already out of juice. Is this seriously already out of juice? Bitch. I guess, yeah, I guess it was. God damn it. Fire ranges to be shown industrial. Well, yeah, I agree with that. You know, and also at least, you know, be, I don't know, there should at least be, like, you know, some, 1,000 meter, like, limit, you know, from, like, where the, you know, from, like, you know, suburban or, like, you know, commercial areas. Like, I mean, unless they're indoor. If there's, like, an indoor range, I could see that as an exception, but for outdoor, there should at least be, like, 1,000, maybe even 2,000 meters, like, you know, distance, you know, away from everything. You ever use extract cartridges to stop buying flowers so much cheaper? I cough way too much with those. Hey!
Democratic leadership that marched with Black Lives Matter turned around and voted for Cop City.
Let's give a big shout out to Mayor Andre Dickens, Council members Michael Julian Bond, Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, and there are 2 more council members who were not on council at the time, but were markedly quiet, though, on this. Jason Dozier and Jason Winston. And oh, we cannot forget about Byron Amos. He gets a special shout out because he represents the district that is also the victim of environmental racism, the same as the land where they want to build Cop City. And those residents have a very bad problem with lead in their water, and the EPA came out to try to help the residents mitigate that, and Byron Amos did not even do the least that he could do and send a letter to constituents to say, hey, the EPA is here, they want to help you with your lead problem, come out and let us help you. Oh, and he's making sure that there is no affordable housing in his district, so...
Go figure. Hey, make sure there's no affordable housing and get leaded. Get lead poisoning. It's like, good lord.
Name again?
Byron Amos.
Say his name.
You, Byron Amos.
Because I remember marching for Black Lives Matter. I specifically remember us chanting, build a military facility for the police.
That's really what we want. Yeah. We want police walking down our streets with AR-15s, and we want to make sure that they have all types of militarized equipment on. We want our police to look like they're about to walk into Baghdad.
That's what makes us feel safe.
I'm a reverend.
Yeah, we must, you know, look like our troops are about to walk into Fallujah, dude. The 6 days of Fallujah, bro. You know, we gotta make sure our cops look like they're about to walk into that shit.
Reverend, yeah. What is your name, Reverend?
Honestly, I didn't think she was, but I'm not surprised, because she does look like a reverend. With, you know, her getup. I honestly thought that's just, you know, the fit she had going on. Oi! Oh my god, is it gonna be doing this? Hold on. Alright, know what the fuck it's doing. I hate you, Bluetooth, you piece of shit. Why are you cutting out like an idiot? Fuck you, turn back on, you piece of shit. In the South, is this a joke? No, it's not. The female black reverend, yeah.
Thank you so much.
The Atlanta Police Department in particular.
And she sounds awesome, too. I really like her. I mean, you know... I can't believe that's allowed, wow. Well, she's obviously part of, like, a more progressive leftist church. Yeah, so that's probably likely why. Like, her community is probably, you know, more of a progressive community.
Quite a history of violence. And by the way, ever since y'all murdered Rayshard Brooks, police violence has been up in the city of Atlanta. And what I really want to know is that as y'all sit there, stand there, and scope us out, how long did you scope out Mr. Hallman before you killed him?
Oh shit, there are cops watching them. Oh man, it brings me back.
How long did you scope out Jimmy
Oh, now they're talking. Oh, now they're saying shit. Yeah, well, yeah, you got your own megaphone? What do you think? Oh, man, it's bringing me back. I kind of feel like I'm there. Because I'm seeing them saying something. They're saying some shit. What do you think they're saying?
How long did you scope out DeAndre Phillips before you killed him? Right. How long did you scope out Kane Rogers before you killed him? How long? How long did you scope out Oscar Kane Jr. before you killed him? How long? Jimmy Hill is here. His son was murdered in 2019. We still fight. The mother of DeAndre Phillips still fights. The family of Kane Rogers, Oscar Kane Jr., Rayshard Brooks, still fighting. How long did it take before you admitted that you planted a gun and drugs on Katherine Johnson? Why do we have to put your shenanigans on Front Street in order for the mayor to order a full investigation into a murder of a deacon?
Look at this guy. Dude, he looks like a fucking Terminator. It's like, I don't know, seek and destroy Sarah Connor. I do not see a Sarah Connor within the crowd. I shall continue to monitor the crowd for Sarah Connor. It's like, oh my god, look at this fucking Terminator looking son of a bitch.
Father, and a grandfather, and a neighbor, and a friend.
You have 30 seconds to comply.
I'm standing here today on behalf of community movement builders and the Faith Coalition to stop Cop City. And so you see me in my clergy drag because I know that no one from the Concerned Black Clergy of Atlanta, the organization, is going to stand here. So I am the Concerned Black Clergy.
That's right. Thank you.
We stand with the family of Chairman Johnny Hallman, murdered at the hands of the Atlanta Police Department following his car accident where he called for help. He said goodbye to his daughter as he left Bible study, and when he got into an accident, called the police for help. Somehow this escalated, and Deacon Holman called his family back so they could hear how disrespectfully the police were talking to him. Officer Kieran Kimbrough acted despicably toward Deacon Holman. He was on the phone with his daughter for 17 minutes before his family had to come and witness Deacon Holman, whose character and contributions to the community are unassailable, lying in the street. Just as
I kind of feel like this upbeat music is a little off-putting with what she's talking about right now. I don't know who has the videos for Walter Madison, but they probably should have changed the music at this point. It was okay there for a little bit, but now we're kind of at a point where like we need a little something that fits better.
The good ones who should not have been murdered. Instead, the Faith Coalition is sounding the alarm to challenge the validity of any of the stories used to rationalize deadly force.
Why is it on top of my feed? Top of your feed? What, me? Well, oh wait, yeah, you were here once. Yeah, I remember you. Yeah, it's because because YouTube recognized you clicked on me once and you interacted in my live chat, and now it's like, oh, the algorithm now shall give you more of me. Like, that's basically what YouTube's saying. It's like, oh, you clicked on this once, that means you must want this more. That's probably why. I mean, the algorithm, like, you've basically have, like, been hit with the algorithm. I mean, honestly, that's pretty much what happened right there. I mean, yeah, there was like a while back you popped in and was like, what the hell, who are you? I was like, I think I responded a little later, but then but I guess, hey, because YouTube remembers that, it was just like, now you shall see this again. Soon the mother one shall awaken. Yes, the mother one shall awaken soon.
Evidence is not so obvious. Deacon Holman served as chairman of deacons at Lively Stones of God Ministries for 15 of his 62 years on this plane of existence. He has fathered children, many grandchildren. He is
I honestly thought that was a scarf.
Friend.
There should be a scarf though. That's pretty cool.
A parishioner. He is a pillar in his community. What would be the story told if Mr. Holman's family had not shown up to be with him?
I've already done that, Venom.
What would be the story?
Wait, watching. It's Walter Maston trolling cops at Cop City, but we're at the part where he was hanging out with the protesters of Cop City, and we're watching a black reverend woman kind of making a speech when they were hanging out with them protesting this day.
They died on the streets, but had come on hard times and had to live on the street. What would be the story told if Deacon Holman was younger, had not yet lived into his potential to serve the community and be the chairman of a deacon board? What would have been the story? If someone has to be as close to perfect against Deacon Hallman, just to trigger public outcry and a lukewarm response from the mayor. So we challenge the city of Atlanta, faith leaders in particular, and I'm going to call you out, concerned black clergy.
Well,
stop coming out because Trump is getting headlines to stand behind the DA. From this day forward, family, I'm gonna tell you, if Timothy McDonald calls you, don't answer the phone.
well,
If Shannon Jones calls you, don't answer the phone. If Jamal Bryant calls you, don't you answer the phone. If Lee May calls you, don't you answer the phone. If Sean Smith calls you, don't you answer that phone. Because if they can go to the men's warehouse
Don't you answer that phone?
to stand at Liberty Plaza for fun, they could have been right here, right now with this family.
You've heard the rundown, the litany. Driving while black, being at home while black, walking while black, sleeping while black. So we have to be here again for this family and organize and meet their needs and talk to them so that they have an understanding too about what this system is about.
Until our mothers and fathers and our families can stop fearing for our lives. Every time we leave the house, we will continue to be out here until our families have to stop giving the talk to our kids. And that's for you.
He's not black though, what the fuck is he? I think he was multiracial. Well, I think he's just, you know, someone that's like speaking as just like, you know, solidarity more or less. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what his background is.
If you left, which I know you didn't, because Atlanta is the most surveilled city in the United States.
I mean, obviously, it's a pretty mixed group of people that, you know, are standing out, you know, in solidarity, you know, for the whole, you know, protest against Cop City. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's that, you know, it seems like, you know, there's just like a lot of, you know, people of just like all backgrounds that are hanging out over here.
Got eyes on you. As for you,
Here.
you are
Pussy.
unnoticed. We have already told you before that this is not going to stop until we get justice. You will have no peace if we don't get justice. If we can't stop having to get phone calls in the middle of the night because you are murdering the people who you are supposed to protect and serve. So we are here to stand with this family. We're here to stand in community and let the APD know and the mayor, because you ain't got off scot-free, bruh. That little
You ain't got scot-free, bruh.
We know. You're trying to save yourself.
61 activists were indicted on RICO charges a week after they visited Cop City. Oh, I kind of remember that. They kind of did this under the whole, like, thing with the indictments of Trump, too, with the third level indictments and shit. They kind of did this, like, shortly after that. Which is also pretty fucking, crazy in itself, where it's just like, huh? It's just like, I mean, on RICO charges, I mean, that's just, I mean, that's kind of fucking insane, you know, to think about. It's like, how in the, like, for what, protesting and just, you know, expressing, you know, the right to protest and expression against the, you know, abhorrentness of, like, what Cop City is. It's like, that's just fucking psycho. Play Pong now. What, like beer pong? I do not have like any like material or even balls for that at all. Porn? No. Why would I do that? Oh wait, oh yeah, I do remember you sent one earlier. You know, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I must warn you, if you don't want your brain cells to self-delete, refrain from clicking this. Well, too bad, we're doing it. What do we got? Twitter. I refuse to call it this. Oh my god, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, Twitter. There we go. How can someone accomplish being so profoundly unintelligent that they end up posting this? I hate when my tattoos disappear. Wait a minute. Oh my fucking god. Alright. See, you might have to refrain from just using these stupid links. But, oh my good fucking lord, dude. And also, like, that's they're showing the insides of his arm, and then they show clips of him being like this, where it's the opposite side. It's like, what? Tattoos don't magically move to forearms. Well, I mean, where do you get this fucking awesome technology? I'd love to have some shit like that. I'd love to have, like, movable tattoos. Oh. Yes, but shut up. Let's see if I can see this. Okay, this one didn't freak out. Good. Gamers, I'm good at this game. I hate this game. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel about, you know, a lot of games. That's kind of how I feel about Project Zomboid sometimes. Where it's like, I love it, but there are a lot of times where I'm like, fuck this game, you've got to fuck. Well, I'm just like, nope. Fuck this shit. Boo. Aw. You little ball of croissant. Oh my goodness. Dog is just a full-on sleepy boy. A full-on sleepy boy. A sleepy big old chunky boy. He is just such a goof. Big old fluffy goof. Here, let's see what we can go see on the tomb here. What little fun things, you know, going on for this evening. Temple and body counts. Oh, well, I've actually seen this a little bit, but I guess now officially segmento. A segmento. I've actually been wanting to check this out, because this is... this is kind of fucking absurd. And also kind of, I think, plays a little bit into, like, kind of into, like, Sneako's little revelation that he had when it came to, like, you know, being, you know, having all those, like, fucking kids just, you know, being, like, absurd pieces of little, like, little asshole shits. So, I mean, I'm just like, This, you know, at this point, I'm just kind of curious, you know, to see, like, you know, what other elements, you know, kind of play a major role in that. And I'm sure, you know, like, Temple's weird bullshit here, you know, is going to definitely, you know, like, probably, you know, probably play a role in that. Sneak House Kids. No, well, he has, like, his oldest fanboys that are, like, basically, like, 12, 13 years old when it comes to a lot of his fans. Like, a lot of his fans are kids. So, I mean, like, he's an influencer for kids. I mean, he doesn't actually have kids. Like, fuck. Subbed. Well, thank you so much. Well, now YouTube's certainly definitely going to be recommending you, you know, me a lot now at this point. Stand by my previous statement. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, those poor little fuckers. Was sad though, the bastards. I mean, because honestly, they are legit just, like, you know, total victims, you know, when it comes to that type of shit. And it's like, man, it's like I want to feel bad, but on the other hand, it's like, man, they kind of, like, what do you do with a kid like that? Because they're, like, basically at the start of the rebellious phase, so they're not going to, like, you know, you can't really get them with, like, hey, you know, kid, be empathetic, or, you know, this and that, and, like, you know, trying to teach them better and all that shit. Who chats, his shit on live is like 5'4". Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, I know he's like a short dude. I mean, he's one of the manosphere dudes, where he's like, you know, one of these, like, you know, like, hyper projecting insecure, like, manosphere dudes that, you know, tries to act like a mega alpha guy and all this other shit. I mean, it's that, there's the infamous thing where it's like, yo, Charlie, watch my clips, bruh, where he's holding up, like, 2 magazines for his pistol, you know, and then Charlie's like, hey, dumbass, those aren't, you know, clips. He pulls out his fucking pistol, you know, unracks it, Yeah, it's like, yo, this is a mag. And then he pulls out a goddamn AR-15. It's like, this is also a mag. I mean, it's like, and I love that too, because it's also kind of implied, you know, it's like, hey, you got a little pipsqueak pistol, you know, with your magazines. I got a fucking rifle. Like, I mean, do you want to fuck with me? I got the bigger gun here. I got the big boomstick, not you. I mean, you know, so, like, but what's also crazy too is that, here, before we even get to it, we'll just look at the, well, you got that. But yeah, we'll look at the demo for it. Because, no, the Rational National, had his, like, immediate reaction. There it is. That's it. That was his fucking look when he realized that these kids were like, entertain, yeah, you know, gays should die, fuck them all, you know, and he was like, what have I done? And had this look on his face. Like, oh, fuck. It was like a genuine moment of like, what? I've never seen him with a face like that. And it's just like, oh, shit. I hope that was a moment of clarity, but he kind of doubled down with it anyway, and I hope that's just a denial that, you know, going on there. I don't know, but dude's definitely at least had a pretty quick little reality check, at least.
So let's say you're about to embark on a flight, okay, and you can have one of two pilots on this flight. One pilot has never flown a plane before in their entire life.
I already don't like the idea of them being a pilot.
Okay. The other pilot has flown thousands of planes, knows a plane inside and out, knows exactly what to do. Which pilot do you want?
Well, obviously the one who's the most experienced.
Most of you guys, other than a few sarcastic for, you know, one because I want to die or whatever. Let me ask you a little follow-up question, okay? You're about to go into surgery. It's not a very serious surgery, but, you know, there is some risk. And, there's two doctors you can choose from. One doctor has never done surgery their entire life. The other doctor has successfully completed thousands upon thousands of surgeries and is well known as an expert in their field in the area of surgery. You want number one? Number two.
I mean, it's a pretty self-explanatory answer. Obviously, the one is very experienced when it comes to that.
If you're about to f*** a girl.
Alright, here it goes. Like, about the girl. Which one would you want this time? It's like, you know what? Same answer. The one who got a little more experience. But you know what? I might just be an outlier, I guess.
This is where it all breaks down for me. This is where it all breaks down for me. All this body count.
The body count bullshit.
A million guys, gross, disgusting. Oh,
what a whore, damn slut. Oh my god.
She's nasty. That's such a turn off. Shut the f up. It has nothing to do with her. Okay? You know who has the problem here? You. You got the problem. You know why? Because you don't like the fact that she's got a compendium of 1,000 other dicks to compare yours to. You don't like the fact that she's got 1,000 other dudes who may be better than you. And so you gotta be so insecure.
Which also, I kind of find a little interesting with that little point too. Not that TJ's wrong, but, like, just because maybe, like, someone might be, like, better at fight, so to speak. Yeah, maybe in a particular style. Like, you know, like, that's kind of a thing, you know, is that, like, you know, like, just because, you know, maybe, like, one particular just like, oh, yeah, you know, this person was, like, the best, you know, that, you know, like, fuck that I've had, and blah, blah, blah. That doesn't necessarily, I mean, it's like, well, how was those type of, you know, like, things going on? Was it all, like, rough and gruff? Was it, like, so passionate, and this and that? You know, or whatever. It's like, I mean, you know, there's a little bit, you know, of like, you know, of a variety that, you know, could be, you know, put in there. But, you know, that's kind of, you know, what kind of comes with experience. I mean, too. Like, obviously, there might have been, like, certain little, you know, ticks that, you know, obviously that person might have, you know, been able to hit. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, you know, that will always be, like, the most ultimate or, like, penultimate best or whatever the fuck. And even then, that doesn't, like, downgrade anyone else's experiences anyway.
So you're like, oh, you romanticize this notion of like, she is unspoiled by man. Or maybe she's like, oh, she had AIDS.
There's a gigantic fucking moth up here.
And before me, one boyfriend. She is practically unspoiled. Spoiled. What a ridiculous term. She's not spoiled. She's a expert. That knows that she can do with your dick.
I don't like, it's just but maybe it's just me. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, people got, preferences and stuff, but, like, I would say, like, TJ might have a point of this. Like, I mean, wouldn't that necessarily make her an expert in a way? Like, I mean, because, like, because obviously there's, the whole idea of, like, like, MILF chasers or cougar chasers, right? Like, dudes that kind of go after for older women. Like, I got a friend who is kind of kind of charismatic around older women. It seems to, like, get laid with a lot of them. Like, and specifically, like, women in their, like, 40s and shit. I'm not kidding. Like, he straight up is a cougar hunter. Hunter's too much. Well, I think he's throwing that out as, like, a hyperbolic number. Like, I mean, so, that's Metal T, isn't it? Yes, I'm referring to my friend Metal T, yeah. I mean, not the last time, but, like, not too long ago, one of the recent times I was hanging out with him, like the third to last time or some shit, he literally ditched me to get laid with a cougar. So, I mean, yeah, like, it's, he does that a lot. Because he's even openly stated, I like a girl that has the experience, because she knows what she's doing, and blah, 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 like, and all this other stuff. I mean, which, hey, at least for me, I revive with that. Because, I like, at least, someone that's got a little of experience. I mean, I could get the, like, someone that, like, rail for, like, 100 people or, like, 1,000, like, sure. Like, I mean, I could get that, in a way, but, someone that, is got the past experience, has a couple dates, maybe had a, one night thing, or friends with benefits at the bar or whatever the fuck. I mean, to me, that's never really been an issue to me. I mean, because, hell, I've done that a little bit, and, a lot of my friends do, but, that's, in a way, you only live once, you're only human. Might as well have fun, while you're out there socializing, hanging out with people.
That you ain't never even thought of. She knows ways to bring you to pleasure that your little piddling-ass mind has never even fathomed. Okay? Quit with this bullshit. It's your insecurity. That being said, here's dumbass Tim Pool with the opposite take.
Uh-oh. They're mad. They're mad at me. I've been trending nonstop for a week.
Oh, no.
Because we had Fresh and Fit on the podcast, The Culture War. And in the discussion, we talked about issues pertaining to society and culture, women and slut-shaming and things like that. And oh boy, are they really pissed off. In fact, I've gotten messages.
Oh my God, the fact, guys, you know what? You know what I bet? They're so pissed off, The fact that they're pissed off at me must mean I'm right. Or, alternate theory, maybe they're pissed off because you're a dumbass. That ever occur to you, buddy? Ever?
I mean, because the whole idea of, like, triggering the libs basically doesn't necessarily inherently make somebody right.
You might just be a dumb that says stupid things, and other people go like, look at this idiot saying stupid things. Maybe it's that. I don't know.
I understand why bullies shove people in lockers.
Could be. Just keep your brain open to the possibility. That's all I can really ask.
From some lefties I know, and they're like, did you really say that men should slut-shame women for having high body counts? I love it. Because
watched one of his shows in full was when he had Emma Viga on recently. And that one was kind of a gem. And I don't even think we watched the full thing. I think we only watched, like, the highlights of it anyway. But Triggering Con does because they hate facts. Well, at least, when triggering, conservatives or, like, weirdos like Tim Pool and shit, yeah, at least it is actually based on at least some level of fact.
What?
Or just at least, broadly, just general empathy, too.
Do you think anyone...
God, Jesus! What, do you disagree or something? God damn, dog. No. Shut up. What? What? You look like a little boat with, like, a little, like, you know, the captain's quarters on the top, you know, just boofing. Little goof. You done? Yeah, okay, you're done.
With a brain.
Okay, then would you be saying the same thing about guys? If they slept with a bunch of women, would you be saying the same thing? Well, that's kind of the issue in a little bit. Like, I mean, they never were, like, consistent with it. Like, I mean, because for me, I could kind of understand, like, you know, consistency about that, or it's like, yeah, you know, like, dudes shouldn't be trying to go out of the way to try to find, like, every fucking chick and, you know, slaying them and this and that, and also women shouldn't be trying to find every dude to fuck and blah, 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 like, I can understand that a little more, instead of just like, well, you know, fucking if women do that, but, yeah, you know, hey, you know, go slay king, you know, it's like, slay all the pussy you can. It's just like, I mean, at that point, because, you know, at that rate, you know, it's just like, you know, hypocrisy. You know, where it's just like, at that point, you're just, you know, like, you know, being hypocritical in that sense, where it's just like, oh, if it's okay if, like, guys can basically be, you know, like, whoring themselves out and basically being man whores or man sluts, then, I mean, you know, why would it be an issue if women were to do it? You know, I mean, it's like, you know, if we're going to say that, you know, it's an issue that women should do it, then it should be a two-way street, and it's an issue that, you know, that men do it too. But to me, I don't think there is an issue one way or the other, so... You know, it's like, you know, because as far as I'm concerned, if people want to, you know, like, fuck or get fucked and have fun and do all that shit, whatever. You know, more power to them.
He wants to sit around watching you. The only reason I'm watching you right now is...
I think it's because I could just get sex whenever I want. Yeah. I mean, because that's definitely, you know, true to an extent. I mean, because I go to bars pretty frequently with my friends, and... You know, and like, and, you know, hang out with them a lot, you know, talk to chicks, and, you know, of various ages, from my peer group to older as well. And, I mean, like, they either are already, you know, in relationships, or they're not actively going out trying to fuck or some shit. Like, they're just out there hanging out and just having fun with, like, one of their girlfriends or a buddy of theirs, or just by themselves, but just hanging out with people. You know, like that, you know, at least, you know, around where I'm at, that tends to be more often than not. And like I said, you know, I'm pretty frequent, like consumer when it comes to these type of things. I like going out and socializing, going to different pubs, like karaoke bars, pool bars, stuff like that. You know, it's like one of my little side things I like to do, especially on my days off. And, you know, it's like, you know, sure, there's probably, you know, people that, you know, hook up and stuff like that. I mean, it's like I said, one of my friends has before. It just ditched my ass, you know, when it came to that. But whatever, you know, I probably would have done the same in, you know, in that position too. You know, so it's like, I mean, it's just one of those things where, I mean, at least, you know, from my own personal experience, especially in a pretty, you know, sexual libertine area like Portland, like, there's not really that much, you know, there's not really, like, that much, like, you know, like, sex being, you know, thrown around, so to speak, you know, by women, in a sense, as, you know, people make it out to be. Like I said, it's in a pretty progressive libertine area, you know, when it comes to that. You know, I mean, obviously, you know, like, there's, you know, there are just some spaces and some places I don't go to where that's probably happening way more, but, I mean, at least, you know, when it comes to a lot of the spaces I go to, and like I said, I go to a lot of bars and karaoke bars, stuff like that, and, you know, I don't really see it that much. It does happen, but not really as often, I think, as, you know, some of these type of people make it out to be. I mean, you know, like I said, it's not like it doesn't happen, but, you know, just nowhere near as much as I think, you know, people claim.
Folder where I keep this video, the folder where I stored the URL to this video is called fodder. That's what you are to me. You're content fodder. Yep. That's it. You think I actually give a flying about one thing your ass has to say on any subject? No. Absolutely goddamn not. I would rather hear a bullfrog's opinion on the matter. Let me guess. Ribbit, right? Still more insightful than Tim Pool, at least.
We have this tweet from Tree of Logic, who wrote, "There are less than 1,000 Bugattis in the world, so the chances of any woman seeing a man drive one would be highly unlikely. Only men who are terrible in bed or who have small dicks like Tim Pool care about a woman's body count."
I gotta disagree with Tree of Logic here, because I got a small dick, and I don't care. I don't care about a woman's body count at all. Quit.
I mean, you know, like, because I kind of find that a little interesting, because I disagree with that too. It's like, I don't think dick size has really that much to do with it. You know, at least when it comes to this.
Trying to pin every chud thing on these guys. Alright? Like, quit trying to be like, the only reason he's a toxic, dumbass piece of shit is because he got a little dick. Because I got a little dick and I'm not like that. I don't do that. I don't go around like, women are a bunch of sluts. I'm mad because, I don't do that.
I'll describe this as the fake rage machine of the internet. Here's what really happened.
Okay.
On the podcast, I was talking with
Let's hear the real story.
The fake rage machine.
What? As well as Jason Howerton. Jason Howerton is High Value Dad. He talks about having kids, being a good dad, and having a family and all that stuff. And Fresh and Fit talk about...
Yeah, that sounds riveting, dude. That sounds great.
Ministers would have a field day. They would. I mean, honestly, they already kind of did a little bit. I mean, J.K. Rowling literally responded to some tweets and people pointed out the Banana Gate thing, and she's like, I don't know or want to know anything about the banana. I don't care to know about the banana.
About similar things. Those are important, but in today's day and age, women are sleeping around. They have access to all of these different men. With Instagram, high value, high profile, wealthy, successful guys, you're always in a state of competition. The argument that was actually made was not that I was saying that guys in Bugattis should slut shame women. It was a hypothetical argument to address the concerns Fresh and Fit had, not a prescriptive treatment for the ills of society.
Which is basically kind of like the first one you were saying. It's like, hey, you know, I wasn't meaning it literally, I was just saying it hypothetically, though, but basically kind of saying that, yeah, you know, it's like, kind of agreeing and saying, you know, enforcing the idea that what Fresh Fit were saying, basically, yeah. I know how you work, Tim Pool. Like, you like to try to do this, like, you know, both sides, you know, fence riding shit, where you're like, oh, no, I wasn't actually agreeing with this, or saying this and that. It's like, I mean, like, I've seen enough, you know, clips and at least enough of the show that you do, where, like, you do this, like, oh, I'm a liberal, but you're not. Like, like, Tim Pool, you're the dude who literally were like, Civil War, like, endlessly. Like, you know, leading up and after, you know, the 2020 election and shit, bro. Like, and predicted that, like, Trump was gonna win in an endless, utterly fucking landslide. And, like, somehow get every fucking, like, state electorally. So, like, literally, like, every electoral college point. Like, I mean, bruh. I know how you fucking work, dude.
Oh, okay. I see, yeah.
Is it a little bit like the big bad wolf is the grandmother? yeah. I mean, essentially... We've not known the rest before. Oh, I mean, there was a point in time in American history where they didn't. I mean, that's why, you know, women's suffrage and a lot of the women's rights movements happened, especially at least in, like, just a little over a century ago. Like, it was during, like, the 1890s, the 1900s, and the 1910s when a lot of that happened. And, like, and even then, and there's a lot of, you know, advancements and a lot of things they still had to fight for even then, you know, and so, I mean, it's like, there's a lot of aspects, you know, where obviously, you know, they've, at this point, you know, like, you know, are, you know, like, you know, made a lot of waves and shit, and have essentially kind of caught up, but, like, you know, there's still, you know, things that, you know, need to, you know, like, you know, be, you know, caught up in a way, especially on an international level. Afghanistan, oh yeah, Saudi Arabia, and, you know, like, you know, like in all these other countries. The People's History kind of goes into that, at least as far as the U.S. goes. Yeah, the People's History, what was it, Howard Zinn, I think? It's a really good book. I've read some bits and pieces of it online. I've been meaning to get my own hard copy myself, so I can at least, you know, read it through personally. Maybe, like, highlight some stuff that I think, you know, are actually kind of genuinely interesting. Yes, Howard Zinn? Okay. Yeah, I thought it was. But yeah, like, you know, I read some bits and pieces online, because I know you can find it online.
Well, that's a horse of a different color. Did anyone understand that?
Listen to Audio Anarchy. Well, what if I want my own hardcover, so I can at least have my own personal copy? I mean, I'll spend my hard-earned dollars on some good old books if I want to, damn it.
Came out of his mouth. Well, the things I said were not prescriptive. They were more a remedy to the concerns that were being brought out by Fresh and Fit. You know, so really when I said that, I was saying that to him as a person. The fact that there was an audience listening was kind of incidental, you know what I mean? So you gotta...
I mean, I don't think we need no education. As a matter of fact, I don't think we need any self-control.
In that context. Huh? Like, does that make sense? That doesn't make sense, right? Okay. Just making sure. I'm pretty sure that doesn't make sense, Timmy.
Tree of Logic, of course, takes the clip out of context and then makes it seem like I was literally saying that all men should go and do this thing.
I wasn't saying all men should do it. I was just saying a lot of men should do it, you know, and it's very different.
I do love that little extra nuance there. Poor rich male, female. Yeah, education, you know, is definitely something that helps uplift and makes people more critical thinking and shit. Yeah, education is something that helps uplift. What's the name of that song again? I know it's on the wall. Man, what's the name of that song specifically? Fuck. Blanking on the goddamn name of it. I know it, but, like, I'm just blanking on the name of it.
The context of the conversation is, effectively, if you are making the claim that it is bad that men and women are all sleeping around, and that men have no choice but to sleep around in order to compete, how...
No choice? I mean, they would have the choice if they, like, I mean, what? I mean, not like, I mean, for one, not every chick is just sleeping around, and two, like, I mean, if a dude wants to, like, you know, have a partner that isn't doing that, I mean, they can still find that. I mean, like, it's just that, you know, maybe instead of going to, like, you know, the nightclub, maybe go, you know, somewhere else, you know, when it comes to maybe seeking that out. Because maybe the nightclub isn't necessarily, you know, the place to try to find that, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, maybe there just might be, you know, certain things I might want to look at and be like, hey, maybe I'm looking at the wrong spot, so to speak, you know, or maybe there might be something that I need to, you know, change up a little bit to, you know, kind of, you know, get closer to that. I mean, you know, it's like, there's like little things that you can adjust to achieve these things. I mean, I hate how, like, people like Tim always treat these things as, like, a fundamental absolute, instead of, like, you know, thinking that there might be different variables or, like, different, you know, things, especially regionally, too, that might be at play. And also just other factors like socioeconomic conditions, too. Like, I mean, you know, whatever little, like, free time people have, yeah, they're going to try to make whatever most of that escapism possible. And if they're a little pent up or, you know, wanting to have a little, like, you know, like, kind of a little flare of a night or some shit, I mean, people are going to be doing that. I mean, so it's like, I mean, you know, like, if, you know, want to try to, like, have more, like, breathing room, so to speak, so people could kind of, like, have a chance to, like, socialize, you know, like, more closely and actually, you know, like, you know, gain and maintain relationships, and having, like, more free time and having also more money, you know, when you're working and shit, and, you know, when it comes to the paycheck at the end of the day, to be able to do things on your free time and shit would definitely certainly help. So it's just like, I mean, there's a lot of variables I think, you know, exacerbate a lot of these, you know, problems that, you know, I think are misattributed by, like, you know, some of these, like, you know, manosphere types and shit. More penis engagement. I mean, you know, it's something I've been kind of wanting to, you know, kind of, like, jumpstart a little. I've been trying to see if I can get into chit-chat with some different people a little bit, at least, you know, on their shows, to at least get more of an audience, so I can, you know, get a little something more started up. Yeah, it's just kind of a little something in the works. Left are the ones who are having basically froze wages and drove out the market and shit. Yeah. Well, I do think things that would make it easier for the guys to find people should be easier to get. The only reason it isn't is because you Tim Pool. Yeah, exactly. Or people like Sneeko, or, like, you know, Fresh and Fit and these type of dudes. Because if anything, they're making it harder for those type of people to potentially, you know, get a partner or some shit, because they make them more toxic, hateful people, and make them, you know, have more of a sense of animosity towards, you know, people like women, instead of actually being a little bit like, you know, pathetic, or not as just hateful or, you know, shit, basically. Here, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Hello, Papa. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, he was right. Hell yeah. Yeah. Oh. You saw something stream. We go to the advantage of the pool. Stream is looking for another voice / outlet. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to kind of do. I've been kind of egging it on to, like, some people a little bit, you know, and I need to find out what, like, their emails are, so I can actually kind of get more direct contact with some of them, so I can, like, schedule a timeout. Like, I know the mom says that, like, you know, all I have to do is just hit her up on her email, but I literally don't know what the fuck it is. I've looked for it, and I don't know what it is, and, I know Matt Bender from, like, the Leftist Mafia, and he does his own live streams on his YouTube channel, I think on Wednesdays, and you can do call-ins there, so I need to just, like, you know, get a time set where, like, I got free time where he's doing that, and be like, hey, yo, can I call in, remember? And I also know, in general, the Leftist Mafia is looking at, you know, trying to find, you know, tiny voices and bigger voices. So, you know, I've been, you know, seeing if maybe I can at least use that as a way to, in the future, you know, as more of a smaller stream, maybe, you know, get a time scheduled out. Something like that. You also need a gimmick, so funny hats. Well, I mean, I do have a gimmick. I wear all sorts of hats. I mean, I've been wearing this one lately because I'm getting this motherfucker worn in nicely. But I have all sorts of hats. I have, like, tricorns. I got, like, my Stetson hat. I got all sorts of hats. Okay, what? Damn it, Dad. You got that door open and now it's all chilly in here? Do I have a hoodie? Is my hoodie in here? My hoodie is not in here. Fuck. roll up in this. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I might order one, honestly, dude. That looks dope. Pineapple head.
If you're making that argument, you're a moron. You're just a moron, dude. Like, if you are a quote-unquote high-value man, then you're not wasting... I mean, like, if you're an actually high-value man, I should say, you're not wasting your time competing with a bunch of chuds to see who can have the shiniest car, or the biggest house, or the best pussy around. The primary concern of an actual high-value man is not, I'm gonna compete with other men. That is a caveman. That is a caveman. Sir. The actual mark of a high-value man would be, how can I contribute to society? How can I advance scientific knowledge? How can I advance some kind of great social cause? That.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even... Okay. Okay, that's kind of a funny pause on TJ. I don't even necessarily think that has to be, like, you know, qualifiers either. I think it could just be also something as benign as, like, hey, you know, like, you know, my, you know, spreading, like, you know, at least, you know, some form of, like, you know, goodwill, empathy to people, or, like, you know, doing something artistically, you know, putting, you know, just a little something like that. Like, I mean, it doesn't even have to be, like, you know, something significant, like, you know, what he's talking about. Because at the end of the day, like, value is subjective. Like, I mean, you know, like, what you think is, you know, high value is up to you. You know, you decide, you know, what is valuable in your life and what isn't, you know what I mean? So it's just like, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be something as, you know, grandiose as that, so to speak, you know, or you know, or just like as so, like, bodacious, basically. I mean, it could be, you know, something, you know, as benign as, like, you know, making little doodles and posting them online or something, you know, or some shit like that, or, like, you know, writing little, like, short stories or something, you know, just something benign, you know. It doesn't have to be, like, something, you know, big and grand and all this sort of shit.
Is what a high...
Like, you know, some, you know, scientific advancements or some shit, you know, it doesn't have to be something as, like, big like that.
Man would be concerned with, not like, look at my Bugatti, I'm rich, muff.
Top G, bro, I say.
That is the mark of a dimwit. That's the mark of a retard, buddy. That's not a high-value man. Where's their value? Their value is all monetary, and it's all to them. They have value.
Stories that make a difference, I know from experience. It's kind of why I mentioned it. Because as benign as it does seem, like, I mean, it does have value and significance, even not just to the artist, but even to people that read it. You know, even if it's not reaching a large audience, you know, or some shit, like some Stephen King novel or some shit. I mean, there's at least some people that will find it and potentially, you know, have, you know, an experience that, you know, makes a difference in their life in some way. I mean, that's kind of what I mean. Like, you know, it doesn't have to be something, you know, as big and grand as, like, you know, a scientific, you know, NASA researcher or, like, Stephen King or some shit. It could be small and benign as, like, your local indie artist busking down the street or some shit. Or, like, you know, some, you know, indie writer, you know, online or something, you know. It could literally just be some random shit like that. I've had people tell my stories, help them through shit, and I was like, wow, I didn't know I was having that much of an impact. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, knowing that, like, even, you know, like I said, even as benign as you think, you know, what you're putting out there, you know, is, like, not exactly, like, you know, significant or valuable necessarily. I mean, it does have that to somebody. But there's always going to be at least someone out there that's going to, you know, see some sort of a value to it. And, you know, and especially knowing that, it's, like, kind of adds an extra sense of, like, oh, shit. You know, kind of a sense of value to your own self in a way, too. You know, just by just putting some shit out there. Personality does matter. That's why, yeah, that's why AI stories aren't really there yet. Yeah, because there's a lot of, like, AI-generated stuff and, like, story writing and things like that, like the SpongeBob AI-generated shit, and, you know, that's on YouTube and all that. I don't know if it's still on anymore, but I know it was for a bit. But, like, you know, random shit like that, like, I mean, it would basically, you know, it would be utter cringe. There's actually a few times I would pop in there that would actually be hilarious. There's one time I popped in there out of context where SpongeBob was proselytizing about Karl Marx, and I was like, whoa, what the fuck? It's like, I popped in out of nowhere where SpongeBob was proselytizing about Das Kapital by Karl Marx, and, you know, and saying we need to be like Lenin and instill the revolution. I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm just like, whoa, shouldn't Squidward be doing that? And two, okay, based randomly? Like, I mean, I was just like, whoa, dude. Damn, SpongeBob. I guess, you know, that strike that, you know, you did with Squidward, you know, had an impact on you. They're close to motherfuckers good at better things than us, productive as fuck. Oh, definitely. I mean, I kind of, you know, and honestly, there are a lot of artists and, you know, and people out there that are kind of using it as a way to incorporate and, you know, advance their own, you know, elements of art and, you know, and other creative endeavors. Like, you know, TJ here, for example, I mean, he's been using AI and, like, ChatGPT to kind of, like, help him and, you know, some stuff that he's been doing now and shit, and, you know, and so, I mean, like, if anything, you know, people have actually been, you know, finding ways to incorporate it within their own art, or within their own projects and shit like that, where they don't necessarily just let it, like, totally take the reins, but at least you use it as kind of a, you know, a helping blueprint to kind of, like, you know, help structure and build up, you know, what they're trying to create.
To themselves.
So, do you remember those old creepypastas from back in the day? Yeah, I remember, like, the smiling dog, and then you had, like, Jeff the Killer, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I kind of remember those ones.
That's it. Society doesn't value them, not really. They might have some fanboys that are like, maybe one day I could be a selfish prick too. Oh, please.
You know what? That kind of reminds me of that. Like this guy. Like that guy, TJ.
Master, show me the way that I could be a superficial retard like you, please. That's it. That's their great. They're not scientists. They're not scholars. They're not philosophers.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he ain't.
Artists. They're not enhancing human understanding of anything. They're dumb. They're cretinous. They're heads.
I wish I could zoom in on the thumbnail. I'm not even gonna lie. I really wish I could, so we can really have his face be absorbed when he's saying this, because that Temple, Andrew Tate, the fresh fit, like, I mean, what he's describing there, I now have that face, you know, to think of when he's saying this.
Want their wealth and
yeah, I will admit, thank you, Sneeko, for having that, like, you know, like that, like Tim Allen expression, though.
Show off to one another. Show off to the whole world. Look how rich I am. As if anyone really gives a It's a distraction at best.
About you, I said, you guys. And, like, imagine someone in a Bugatti pulls up to a woman and she's like, oh, I want to ride with you. And he says, what's your body count? And she gets all offended. Then he says, I don't want.
Well, yeah, you know what would be a funny clip for her to say? What's your dick size? Or, like, you know, or hey, like, you know, like, well, what's your body count? I mean, honestly, I mean, just have that, you know, just have her quip back. I mean, you know, like, because that is so honestly, like, if a chick is being like, hey, can I hang out with you or something like that? I mean, you know, or whatever the fuck, because they think you look cool or some shit. I mean, why would the response be like, what's your body count? Mm-hmm. It's like, I mean, what, I mean, what the hell? Like, I mean, even if that's what you're trying to figure out, you know, be like, all right, sure, but what do you want? Like, just, you know, like, or something like that. It's like, all right, well, what do you want to do? Like, seems a little interesting that just because I'm riding a fancy car, you just want to hang out with me all of a sudden, but, you know, sure, you know, I got nothing to do. You know, let's hang out, you know, why not? Let's get to know you a little bit. Let me kind of, like, you know, pick the brain, you know, see what you're about, you know? It's like, why not go for it in a way to where you can at least, you know, not look like an overt douchebag and also, like, you know, still socialize with her and, hey, guess what? Maybe she doesn't get laid that night, you know, just because you figured out, you know, she's trying to be a gold digger or whatever the fuck, you know, so I don't want that. At least, you know, hey, you had, like, 2 hours to kill. I mean, whatever, you know? It's like, I mean, goddamn. I mean, it's just like, it's like, you know, going straight off, you know, right off the bat to be like, oh, what's the body count, bitch? I mean, it's like, bruh, like, I mean, it's just kind of, like, obvious, you know, that would reek with nothing but insecurity. It's just, like, just play it out and see what happens, you know, and if you end up not wanting to be with her anyway, then be like, hey, I like our time, you know, together, you know, but, you know, I'm not interested, you know, so, hey, if I see you around, but if not, you know, take care. You know, like, you know, you can end it like that and just, you know, state that authoritatively and just let her know and just go on your way. You know, it's like, you don't have to be like some hateful bitch, you know, to basically, you know, get the point across. It's like, my lord. Like, that's honestly, you know, a lot of it, in my opinion. It's like, just a lack of just proper, like, socialization and communication, I feel like. Because even if, like, you know, the dude, you know, doesn't want, like, you know, a woman they perceive as, like, you know, slutty with high body counts, this and that, which, you know what, if they don't want a woman like that, then fine, that's okay. You do you, boo. Like, I mean, you know, like, I mean, the whole idea of being like, oh, what's your body count, slut? That's, it's like, that's not, like, how you're going to, like, you know, win a date over, or hearts and minds in general, when it comes to just, like, hanging out with people. Like, I mean, because even if maybe she is more of a gold digger, slutty type, or whatever the fuck, she might know friends that aren't. You know, it's like, you know, if there's one stereotype that, you know, frankly, can be a little true, is that, you know, chicks like to gossip. Men do it too, by the way. I mean, humans in general love to gossip, but, you know, chicks like to gossip too, right? So, it's just like, I mean, you know, when it comes down to that type of shit, you know, sometimes word spreads, right? So, you know, especially with social media and shit like that these days. So, it's like, it's better to just, like, you know, play it cool, and just, like, if you end up not wanting to hang out with her, then just don't. You know, just be like, alright, whatever. You know, it's like, you know, like, I feel like, you know, we probably wouldn't be, you know, cool as partners or friends or anything like that, but, you know, I thought it was cool to hang out with you for a little bit, so, you know, hey, take care. You know, just, there you go. You know, like, no harm done, you know, no harm, no foul, nothing happens, no one's hearts are broken, no one feels, you know, like, destroyed or anything like that, no one feels insulted or anything. It's just like, oh, hey, you know, interacted with someone for today, didn't work out too much, oh well, you know, it's like, it's just an oh well situation. Who am I kidding? I just don't like gossiping about certain people. Yeah, I mean, in my own personal life, I'm not like a major gossiper. In fact, I honestly hate it, but, I mean, like, when it comes to certain gossip, like, with my friends, you know, and shit like that, I mean, who the fuck am I kidding? Like, I gossip with my friends all the time. I'm always wondering, like, you know, what shit's going on with my buddies and this and that, and, you know, having them spill the beans and all that shit. I mean, you know, so, like, you know, the stereotypical shit that chicks would do, basically, like, I do that with my friends, and we all do that with each other, okay? So, it's like, and we're all dudes, you know, we're like, you know, the quadfecta of the bros, you know, and yet we gossip like a bunch of, you know, like, middle-aged housewives, you know, with each other. So it's just like, I mean, you know, like, I think gossiping is just kind of a part of the human conditioning, but, I mean, you know, I would argue maybe chicks do a little more than dudes, but whatever, you know, it's like, you know, people like, you know, spilling beans about other people. I'm not really as inclined to do so, but, you know what, I still do it, so, you know, it's whatever. It's not really, you know, I don't really think, you know, shit like that is inherently the problem. I think it's just random, you know, I think it's just like when you use that as animosity and spite and use that as an absolute, you know, for not just like, you know, maybe the partner or the person you're hanging out with, but for just like all women or like all dudes or just like all people in general. It's like to treat everything as like an utter absolute or like essentialist in that way, that's when it gets absurd. It just kind of gets ridiculous. Because, you know, again, like, you know, there's preferences, there's, you know, obviously, you know, different shit like that, and there's, you know, things that you want, and there's, you know, like, things that, you know, the other person wants that maybe ain't compatible and this and that, but just, like, the mere, you know, virtue of just hanging out with someone just for a little bit, even if, you know, might not even necessarily, you know, be friends with them at all, or at least just a little acquaintance, just because you might, you know, go to the same social spaces. I mean, you know, at least having something like that is still a good thing, you know, it's like, hey, it's like, oh, hey, you know, we hung out for a couple hours at one time, how you doing? Oh, yeah, cool, right on, nice, it was cool seeing you. You know, just, like, you know, random tiny little small talk like that, because, you know, you recognize them from, like, that one time, you know, that you hung out at the pub and talked to them for, like, 3 hours. You know, it's like, I mean, you know, you end up not really being a friend or, like, you know, or anything closer than that, but they're at least an acquaintance, and, you know them in the community in general, and they're, you know, you recognize that, you know, they're in the area, you know they're around. I mean, it's like, I know a fuckload of people in my town and in Portland besides that, you know, like, just from the places that I go to, you know, and they recognize me, and we're like, oh, hey, what's up, you know, how's it going, and shit like that. Like, I mean, you know, it's cool stuff, you know, to have, like, a little quick 10-minute conversation, even if we're not, like, close friends, or, you know, or anything like that. I mean, hey, you know, that shit's cool, and it's fun stuff, you know. It's like, you know, because you can still have a friendly interaction, even if you might not totally, you know, vibe with them, or even if you do, you know, because sometimes, you know, what your lives, or, you know, what's going on in your lives aren't necessarily, you know, compatible for being able to, like, hang out long term or be friends and stuff. Because, like, for example, like, you know, like, for the, you know, the band that, you know, this hat I got from, Los Malblados, like, I know, like, you know, a bunch of the band members, and I've talked with them, you know, a bunch of times, like, Erica, the main dude, the alto sax player that is in the band and shit. Like, I've talked to them a bunch of times, and they recognize me, and I recognize them. We've, you know, hung out before and after shows, chit-chatting and shit like that. And, I mean, but, you know, it's like, and we obviously could easily be friends. I mean, and to an extent, I'd say that, you know, at least we're very friendly acquaintances, but, you know, we wouldn't be friends in the sense that, you know, we, like, got each other's numbers and hanging out and shit like that all the time. Because, like, you know, they're in a band, got their own shit going on and all that type of stuff, and, you know, I got my own shit going on, I got my own things going, you know, and my own stuff. So it's just like, you know, it's like, hey, we're at least acquainted and very friendly acquaintances, and, you know, whenever I might happen to see him in Portland or see one of their shows, you know, we're gonna be like, hey, what's up, dude, and, you know, chit chat for a couple minutes and hang out. But, you know, like, but, you know, because little things like that are pretty important and really, you know, good to have. You know, it's just like, it doesn't necessarily have to just be like, you know, friendships or long-term relationships and shit like that. I mean, because all of it really just comes down to, you know, like, the ability to have time, you know, and that time to socialize, you know, and just go to different events and go to different outings and shit like that. I mean, shit like that, like, you know, is what really, I think, you know, would help with a lot of these problems. I mean, just honestly. Once again, I must share this.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Basically, I say neutral is.
No, because you're wrong. I'll go ask Caleb right now. I'm going to go ask Caleb. Hey, Caleb. Do you believe that everybody should get at least an hour of exercise a day? I mean, I guess, yeah. An hour a day would be more.
Message above link. I don't like gossip investment. Like, if two people I know are at odds to each other, I'm hands-off approach. Like, if it's even worse, you get called the mediator. Luckily, this has happened to me. Oh, dude, no, it's happened to me a couple times. Oh, dude, it's happened to me a few times, and holy shit, it's so annoying, and I hate it.
See, he agrees. He agrees that your parents are a waste of fucking space. And stupid. No, what else is wrong to be on this side?
No.
So you agree with this nigga? My parents are useless, Caleb?
Man, no, I didn't say that.
My parents are useless, huh? Nah, Caleb, you are trash.
Yo, Jermaine, I didn't say that.
I expect that from this nigga, but not you. After we took care of you for months, don't ever come back.
He don't care if you're not invited to your dirty crib.
Don't come back. Don't even come back.
Hell, bro. He don't like your parents, bro. I hung up on him. Where do I sleep now? Man, why? His parents.
do 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 do. Man, you know, honestly, in a weird way, that's kind of how I feel about, like, some of the manosphere shit sometimes, because, like, some people on the left tend to be like, nah, fuck them all, and, like, everyone in Mr. is like, fuck all these women and all these ladies, blah, blah. And I'm sitting here like, can we all not be pieces of shit, please? Can we all not, like, you know, do that? And it's like, no! Like, everyone's just like, no! It's like, you said this, so you must agree with them now! And it's like, fuck. I mean, honestly, I think, you know, we kind of saw what we needed to see on Temple. I think we've said enough on that one. So, I won't be going on forever on that one like we did the other thing. I mean, because this... Hey, little pup, what you doing over there, doggo? What are you doing, pup? You scritch. Scritch. Hey, want this? Those little ears perked up. Not enough to, go straight up, but those little flop ears just kind of went more like, and more floppy. Well, they got closer, but not all the way. Come on. Hey, bub. Wait there, bub. Wait there, bub. Do you have to knock everything over when you do that? Maybe we need to address the socioeconomic and societal conditions because sexism. Oh, okay. Hitler. What else did you have in mind, you piece of shit? You son of a bitch. Hey, wait, what's this? Won't be this, right? It's an RAJ video. He finally got caught? Who is this dude? I'm curious. You know what? Fuck it. Who got caught? We got a weird looking bearded man. Is this a Vosh clone?
Tucker is probably going to jail for a long time. So he's an English language teacher. And he was
okay. Uh-oh.
Popular enough to get
Is he woke?
1.3 million followers.
Let's practice English conversation.
And then sometimes he would make these videos where he was just like kind of being an edgelord.
Is the common word used?
Did he just like... Dude, this was fucked. Oh, you know about this? Oh shit, I'm just finding out. Oh no.
Black people in Thailand.
And that's weird because he was a teacher at private Christian schools in...
Oh, well, isn't that interesting? Private Christian schools.
Thailand, where he...
In Thailand. And he was finally caught, and an edgelord weirdo, and all that other shit. I wonder what's gonna happen here. So he's not a woke groomer, trans CRT peddling liberal. He's one of these Christians. SpaghettiOs.
Kids. So here's where it all goes crazy. One day he starts Instagram messaging with a student at a school he used to work at. And they start a relationship and it gets romantic. How old was she, Ray? 16.
Oh no.
And he's 29.
Oh no. Okay. Oh hell no. It's fucked up, man. Hey, you know what? Maybe, like, the grooming that's been happening to children all along is probably in churches. Shocker.
They would have relations, and he would tell her to keep it a secret until she turned 18, because he didn't want anyone to know. And she did. Allegedly. And one day, she got sick. She had severe stomach pain. So her mother takes her to the hospital. And it turns out the pain was from untreated chlamydia and gonorrhea. English teacher gave her, allegedly. So the girl...
Allegedly. Bruh. Oh my god. Dude, oh my god. If this guy was in Thailand, how much do you want to bet? He probably solicited sex from, like, underage hookers in Thailand or some shit. Got chlamydia and gonorrhea that way, and... knew about it and decided to withhold that information and then had this relationship, anyway. Found this girl's dad. In some places, like, they will, like, if the community finds out that somebody was doing this shit, they will literally kill them. Like, in the village and shit like that. Like, if some of these, like, developing nations and, and shit, like, from, like, Colombia to... to Thailand too, and all these other places, like, in some of the more rural parts, and some of the more, like, like, basically the equivalent of, like, the rural suburban, like, kind of lines, that would be, like, here, essentially. Like, I mean, if, like, people in that area find out that, like, someone's, like, underage, child was, like, abused and shit like that, like, the entire neighborhood will literally descend upon that person, beat the fuck out of him. And I'm honestly, I'm not shitting not. I've been on Live Leak before, and some of these videos have been on Live Leak, and I don't know if they're still up there, but I'm sure they probably are. Where, like, some of these, like, you know, pedophiles in these communities will literally be like tied up to a tree and like burnt to death and shit like that, you know, or use as like target practice with like spears and bows and arrows and shit. Like, I fucking shit you not, dude. Like, a lot of, like, most people in the world that got no fucking quarrel with doing anything egregious to motherfuckers like that. And frankly, you know, yeah, I don't agree with my wool usually, but, you know, it's like one of those times where I'm like, I'll look the other way.
We'll call her Student. Student was then forced to reveal this relationship to her mom. You want to know what else Student revealed to her mom? He filmed all of their encounter.
So he was making, oh my god.
So the mom was pissed, and she called the police. And the police set up a little sting operation and got Student to contact him to lure him to meet up where police were there waiting for him, Chris Hansen style. So they arrest him, throw him in jail. All of his social media accounts are private now. So I actually had trouble finding a lot of his old videos, but I did find this.
The age of consent in America is 18 years old. In Germany, it's 14 years old. In Japan, it's 13 years old.
Well, that's creepy. Why aren't they banned? I don't know, dude. And also, why is the age of consent 13 in Japan? And also, I'm noticing he's going from high to low. So that is implying... I'm noticing Saudi Arabia there at the very bottom. I wonder what the age of consent there is. Is it 8? 11? I mean, like, I wonder. Japan's not even the worst. Well, obviously, there was other country flags that were lower than that. I think, what was it, like, the Philippines, Nigeria, I think? Someplace that were young as 10. Oh, my God. Why is this a... Oh my god, man, we need to do some cultural revolution on the world. Child brides are common in Islam. I know. Some places gotta go, man. Yeah, some place just gotta go. Some place just gotta go. The pedophiles, their child bride marrying piece of shit. Some of them just gotta go, I tell you what. Sad. It's very despicable. I just say, yeah, that's just a thing. Sound like a little pig over there, bro. Can't see that. Think about it. Like, why can't we do that? Damn it! Because it's only bad when those, quote, damn queer liberal communists do shit like that, even though they never do. You know, but, you know what? It is bad, I tell you what. It's like, fuck, bro. Why? Why? But tell me again how the left are groomers. Exactly, dude. Yeah, he won against the food. He has assimilated and destroyed a lot of that. There's still some left in there, but he did destroy that food. Goofy little doggo. Just sweet little boy he is. Military locates missing stealth fighter jet. Oh my god, are we kidding me? Another one of these fucking F-35s crashed. And it was missing in the sea for a minute, and they had to find it, and they found it. Oh my god. Can we just admit that's a boondoggle already? Like, I love it. Wow. Wow. Absurd. Let's see one of the little fun things that can go down here. What other things are on the tube? Boom, 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 boom. Ooh. I think I might find a little something interesting here. But before we do, we'll just let it sit there for a second. Maybe the source of mass cost overruns, but goddamn, they're an amazing piece of atmosphere tech. Wait, what? Huh? Did I miss something? Wait, huh? What? Maybe the source of a massive cost of... Was reading some info on their sensor tech yesterday. It's pretty amazing what they're capable of. Oh, you're talking about Saudi Arabia or Japan? Or Saudi Arabia? Wait, what? Hello? The F-35 Lightning II. Oh. Maybe the source of... but... Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, the F-35. Oh. Boink. So you some info on the sensor tech. It's pretty amazing what they're capable of. Well, yeah, if it actually worked. I mean, that's kind of the thing. I mean, it would be a really amazing piece of aerospace tech if they would actually just, like, you know, be like, if the government actually kind of, like, you know, put the, like, dagger to the throat of these, you know, of the company, being like, hey, actually make this fucking work. Because every time they seem to fix a problem, like 2 or 3 more seem to, you know, arise randomly. It's like, because what the fuck? Why? It seems like there's a lot of random things, you know, that seem to arise, you know, when it comes to problems with that thing. Like, way more so than, like, any other jet of cutting-edge tech. It's just, I don't really necessarily think it's just because that's the nature of cutting-edge tech. Because, like, I can understand that if it was around for, like, you know, only, like, 2 or 3 years. But it's been around for a while now. And from my understanding, it doesn't even necessarily, you know, like, at least in a dogfight, compete with, like, you know, other aircraft like, you know, the F-22 or F-16s or anything like that even. I mean, from my understanding, it's, like, I mean, at least when it comes to certain things like the sensors or maybe, like, the stealth element of it and, you know, and some of that type of shit, sure, but at least, you know, when it comes to, like, everything else that should make it, like, a multi-role fighter, you know, support aircraft and shit, it doesn't really, like, compare as well. So new bugs are still being fleshed out. I mean, it's just one of those things where I feel like, you know, like, they should be able to flesh these things out before they start, you know, mass producing them and selling them to other countries and shit. It just kind of feels like, you know, they should be able to have these things already, you know, absolved. To say ahead radar technology. I mean, I'm sure there's, like, a lot of other things that I'm not aware about, like, and shit. But, I mean, just considering that, I mean, there is definitely at least a certain level of, you know, corruption that's kind of, you know, put into it a little bit. Because, I mean, you know, the corporation, what was it, Lockheed, I think? You know, that constructs them a little bit and shit. Or whatever the fuck. I mean, you know, they basically are able to renew the contracts every, you know, time and stuff and be able to, you know, be at least in some part the reason why there's, like, such a overexpended military budget. So, I mean, they got, like, I mean, they're one of, like, the OGs, you know, in being in the military industrial complex. So, I mean, you know, they essentially, if anything, just due to seniority, are able to, like, you know, kind of take control of, like, how, you know, they, you know, advance and produce those type of things. Because the thing is, like, I want the F-35 to be fucking badass, because, I mean, to be fair, it looks cool. I mean, you know, when it does operate fine, it does seem like it works, you know, for what it is. So it's like, I mean, like, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, I mean, it feels like, you know, it should be way better than it seems to be performing, especially in the last couple of years. What are you doing over there? Here, go to the bathroom quick. Bam, back. I think we'll check out this one little thing I looked up. What are you doing, little goof? Yes, what's it doing? Oh my goodness, you sweet little pig. Oh my goodness, you little sweet pig. Yes, yes, yes. Little pop-up. You little pop-up.
I didn't see a little pup. Little pup. Hey. No. Stay serious. Boo.
No cool piece of kid is the B-21 Raider. Oh yeah, I know about that one. I remember back in the day when it was like called the XB-21 or some shit, or like the X-27 or some shit. Like I remember back in the day when it used to be just like the X, like the X-21 or whatever the fuck. I remember back when they were testing that shit. I think I remember back in high school there was like articles where it's like, oh yeah, the X-21B or something like that or whatever the fuck. Which I think now is at B-21. Which, I mean, at least one thing I've noticed, it doesn't crash a lot. So, with, you know, I mean, that one seems, you know, have not really, you know, a lot of issues, which, I mean, which, I guess in a way, I don't know if it's just because, like, you know, the F-35 is just maybe, that was a different plane. Oh, a different one? Well, the B-21 was, well, from what I understand, like, you know, like a lot of these, you know, experimental aircraft that are researched and developed end up becoming, you know, these different aircraft, you know, later down the line. Like, you know, like for example, like, you know, what led up to the F-35 wasn't the F-35 initially. And, you know, I mean, even for the F-22, because I remember a while back, like a couple months back, I was reading up about, like, how some of these, you know, like, you know, fifth generation aircraft like from the F-22 and stuff like that, you know, end up becoming to being, and there was a lot of various different aircraft that, you know, looked at least somewhat tangential or maybe a little similar, you know, to the aircraft in a way. Like I think there was like the XF-47, you know, that's made by another company, but a lot of the research and tech and the different things that were implemented from all these other aircraft eventually were adopted and added to, you know, what eventually would become things like the F-22, or in this case the B-21. And from what I understand, like the X-27B or the X-21B or something like that, you know, like, you know, that thing, you know, became, you know, due to result with a lot of the production, and, well, not production, but like a lot of the research and development that came from a lot of these, you know, experimental, you know, aircraft that came before it. Because, I mean, don't see anything about having a predecessor. Well, I don't think like the, like X-20 or the B-21 is like based off of like an actual, like, you know, model, like, because it's its own design. Like, I'm not saying it's like literally like built off of a previous model or anything. I'm saying like other aircraft that were kind of tangential on what it is in it, like the design of what it's meant to be, like its purpose. Because, like, you know, from my understanding, like the X-27 or something like that, like it was meant to be like kind of a bomber slash UAV slash like reconnaissance, you know, type of aircraft. And the B-21 is, in a way very similar towards, that type of purpose and that type of role. And has, at least, when it comes to the stealth design and a lot of other elements, when it comes to like the UAV slash, all that type of stuff. I mean, there's at least a little overlap with that. Because, I mean, the development from those other aircraft that, weren't adopted, but at least, some of the technology, that ended up being fruitful, that came from it, end up being adopted into these other future projects. I mean, from my understanding, like, NASA will, like, collaborate with the U.S. Air Force, specifically just to test certain things, with specialized aircraft and specific, like, test models, just to maybe see if that could be incorporated into future projects. I mean, so, it's one of those things where it's a little complicated, I guess. It's a lot of mumbo jumbo for sure, because, I mean, it's not like it's literally based off of those things, but, I mean, it kind of depends, but, like, at least, for certain aircraft like the B-21, like, it's its own thing, but a lot of the research and development that came from aircraft before it, end up becoming, end up being adopted, to help, manifest what eventually became the B-21. But yeah, it definitely looks a lot like a B-2. Like, it looks like a lot more of like a sharp, more like meaner version of a B-2 Spirit, honestly. So it definitely, it definitely's got like the reminisce, for sure. So, I mean, if anything, the B-2 is probably, like another aircraft that was, inspired in some part for sure. I mean, funny enough, the Horten 229, the futuristic experimental German Luftwaffe aircraft in World War II, that was like meant to be a V-wing fighter. Like, I mean, the B-2 in a way was at least based off of that design. So, I mean, it's like it's like certain planes, even as far back as like World War II shit, could be inspired, from the designs and development that came from that. So, I mean, it's one of those things where it's, if anything, kind of inspiration due to development of the, of the technology and the research that, end up, making it more efficient, making it better and more badass and more effective in what it does. And honestly, the idea of a fucking V-wing being able to, like, fly and do its thing, like any other aircraft, I mean, I will admit, I kind of find that kind of fucking wild. Because of, like, the stability factors, you know what I mean? Because, like, and from what I understand, like, at least when it came to experimental test flights, the Horten 229 was literally able to, like, whoop, 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 like, kind of flip around a little bit and do shit like that. So if you pulled up or pulled down a little too hard, your plane will literally, like, kind of flip around in the air and just, like, suddenly float up there and just, like, and just kind of start falling. So, I mean, it's one of those things where you kind of want to be a little, careful with. And the way they hide the exhaust and intake is pretty impressive. Yeah, it is. I will admit that. I mean, there's definitely some pretty cool shit that's going to be coming out in the future when it comes to, like, military stuff. I mean, for sure. I mean, I just kind of, I mean, the thing, I guess what makes me, highlight the F-35 in a way a little bit is just because, like, all this other shit that seems to be, coming out that's new and fresh and all this other shit doesn't really seem to have as many problems in comparison. So why is this the, one thing that has a lot of issues? And I think, it's not really the design or anything about it in itself. I just think it's kind of like purposely done that because that's kind of like the sacrificial lamb in a way to, make a little extra profit, when it comes to that type of stuff. When it comes to, like, being able to get an easy, government subsidized contract and, raking a little extra, cut out of it. I think that's probably what it is. I mean, because, like, there's a lot of, like you said, there are a lot of aspects about the aircraft that are, legit pretty badass. It's kind of how it's always been, sadly. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, yeah, I mean, that is true. I mean, it's unfortunately been the case, at least especially after World War II. Post-World War II, that's generally been the case. Perhaps prior to World War II. Yeah, like, I mean, during the interwar period, / like, pre-World War I or even during World War I, because the U.S. military wasn't really a modernized military or even really, like, a major military force to be reckoned with at all during World War I. We just happened to be more of the fresh face, like, fresh equipment and all that shit when we came in the last second after everyone else got, like, just brutalized and, fucked up due to attrition of war. So a bunch of fresh-faced American recruits, coming in is probably going to help turn the tide, So, I mean, regardless of what equipment they did have. Plus, we had the M1897 trench guns, so there was that. Or it's the 1898, either way. And the Model 5. Philippine-American War really put us on the international stage militarily. As turn of century. Yeah, it put us in the on the stage, but we weren't necessarily entirely a force to be reckoned with. But we did prove our worth to be like, oh shit, hey, they could fuck some shit up. And it's like, we basically, put ourselves on the radar to be like, hey, we're a force out here. Just put that out there. We did a flex. And the world recognized it, but not enough to be like, oh shit. We weren't like the gigantic capitalist bear that, an eagle that had been unleashed yet, you know what I mean? It wasn't quite yet. The talons, were, flexed out there for a second, be like, hey, what's up, motherfucker? But, we weren't out there doing it quite yet. We were working it up. And then post-World War II, I think that's when, we became the big bad bitch. We're like, now who's talking, bitch? I mean, it's like, so I think honestly, post-World War II is where we, kind of really, that really solidified. Well, I guess suppose during World War II, like Nazis. Yeah, I mean, in a way I do. I mean, to be fair, some of those, robber baron capitalist types were a little friendly with them prior. Henry Ford was not exactly, too fond of Jewish people and shit like that, and had some pretty, neutral to friendly things to say about Hitler and shit like that. So, I mean, some of these type of people, only were against them for convenience sake. Makes me wonder where he'd be as country if the Third Reich never materialized. Yeah. Well, I mean, in a way, I kind of feel like, fascism would still certainly be a thing, but I think, to the degree of, like, Nazism, I don't know if it would get to that point, because you would still have people like Benito Mussolini. I mean, there would definitely be, like, fascist movements, for sure. I think even in Germany, too. But, I don't know, honestly. I don't know if it'd be any better. Have a huge military-industrial complex. I mean, yeah, but I feel like, when it comes to, like, different social or maybe even social-economic issues, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell, really, I guess. It's hard to say. I guess on one hand, we would still have, like, elements of, like, the, old world, like, monarchies. Honestly, so much would change. Like, elements about, like, like socialist trade unionist, like, movements, communist movements would, all have different outcomes. Like, I mean, it would honestly it genuinely would be hard to tell. I mean, I don't know. Where would you start, I guess, when it comes to that? Like, where would you start when it comes to a change like that? Because on one hand, yeah, the military-industrial complex wouldn't be a thing. I mean, FDR, arguably might still have, like, 4 terms, potentially, but, like, maybe different factors and outcomes domestically for the U.S. happened that might be better, or at least, it's hard to tell. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it will take a lot of thinking to really kind of think about, like, what, a general idea about, kind of, at least, for the more pinnacle years, would be. Because I'm thinking about, like, what might, like, if we consider everything from, like, World War I to the interwar period onward, but let's say Hitler was shot and killed during World War I, for example, like, or maybe he was, permanently imprisoned after the beer hall putsch, or something like that. Like, Hitler's not able to be in power, whether he was alive or dead, or whatever the fuck. Like, he's just not able to have in power, or wasn't able to get influence. Like, I mean, the Nazi Party will obviously still be a thing to an extent, but, like, the reason why it got such influence and significance was because of Hitler, though. So they wouldn't have the same influence as they did And there was a genuine communist and far leftist trade unionist movement, predominantly led by a major trade unionist communist leader, Ernst Thälmann, during the 30s and 1920s. During that time period. So, if anything, Germany might end up being more of like a socialist state, if anything. Like kind of a more like syndicalist-esque communist, Western industrialized state, in comparison to the more like agricultural / having a rapidly industrialized, type of state that, the USSR was. So, I feel like that would definitely be something that would be far more likely to happen. If, in most, ideas about what would change, I think that would be the one that is kind of like the major one that would. And because of that, I feel like that would honestly help kind of, in a way, you know what? Now I'm starting to think that maybe it's just my bias, but I'm starting to kind of think that this would, spread kind of like a workers' revolution in Europe. Because Germany was already kind of near a precipice towards that type of shit. And the French were already too. The French Commune and a lot of French trade unionists too at the time were, getting very rebellious and shit. And the French Commune and Communist Party of France and shit, were big players, prior to World War II as well. So it's I think Germany and France would probably have genuine trade, leftist unionist style syndicalist revolutions in their countries. I think that would be the major changes, and after that it's kind of hard to tell, because I don't know what the United Kingdom's reaction would be to any of that. I don't know what the USSR reaction would be to any of that. There would be a lot of things after that I really wouldn't know what would happen. It would be kind of hard to tell. Because, the style of communism and leftism that would happen in Germany and in France would certainly be different, flavors of communist leftism in comparison to the USSR. So, when it came to Bolshevism at the time, or at least, when it came to Stalin, with Stalinism. So, they, because someone might see them as more of counter-revolutionary rabble-rousers in the West, or he might see that as hey, they're a little misguided, but they're good guys, so I don't know. It's hard to tell. And there's also Trotsky. Maybe, the Great Purge as well. So would that still happen? Especially now there's a spread of this revolutionary fervor in a way. Would that happen still? Probably, but now that you have so much safeguards for potential exiles to go to, it gets a little harder to crack down on them, because if you start tapping in those new established leftist states and shit, they're not really gonna like you as much if they start seeing you whacking people in their fucking countries, so it's I don't know, it's a little hard to gauge after that. I do think that at least the biggest change is if that if the Nazis weren't in power and the Third Reich never took charge, I think Germany would be more of a leftist revolutionary state, just considering what was building up at that time, prior to Hitler's cultivation of power, and also with France as well during that time, leading up to all that shit. Because I think what happens as a result in Germany, instead of the Third Reich cultivating, and maybe more likely Ernst Thälmann and the Communist Party of Germany and trade unionists leftists at that time take more control and more of a of an influence on the outcome of Germany as a state, then I feel that would just inspire the French socialists and French trade unionists to do the same. That also was kind of a thing that was growing in the UK as well. So it's what would happen there, when it comes to that? Would that spread there too? Or would, the British Crown / Churchill crack down on that? Or I guess, prior to Churchill Chamberlain, would they crack down on that? Which likely they would, but, how hard? And, would they actually start, aggressively looking at Germany and France, not because of fascism, but because of communism or leftism? So it's at a certain point it gets kind of hard to predict a little bit, but I feel at least think that Germany and France would certainly be a little bit more revolutionary leftist as an outcome in comparison if that weren't to be the case. At least when it comes to the kind of the more cultative, periods during the 30s and 40s. Because without, because the only fascistic threat at that point would basically be, Hungary, Italy, especially Mussolini. But, I mean, Mussolini could barely conquer Ethiopia. He had to literally do chemical warfare against people with, muskets and spears, to fucking win that. So, and he barely conquered Crete. So, I mean, it's just and he had to get the help of, SS fucking, Fallschirmjäger, to fucking even conquer that. So it's Mussolini is, and his military when it comes to Italy is kind of fucking pathetic. So, I mean, addressing and combating, Italy as a fascist power at that time probably would be easy as fuck. I mean, let's just kind of be honest here. That wouldn't really be that hard to deal with. It would be in northern parts of Italy with the mountain ranges and shit like that, would be difficult, but I don't see that being hard. I mean, I don't see, the Pax Roma of, Mussolini's Italy, being revived, in this alternative timeline. In fact, I see it getting crushed way quicker than it would have, when the Nazis were their allies. I see that being, literally less than a year of war. If that. Honestly, maybe a few months. Just dead ass. That shit wouldn't last long at all. I mean, Mussolini barely had, any, an air force or, a fucking, armored capacity when it came to his military. They had, little tankettes, which are, these little, 1 to 2 to 3 man little tanks that, at most had a 37mm gun, which, by the way, is not big. That's tiny for a tank. Well, tankette in this case. For a tankette, that's huge, but for a tank, that's, that 37mm gun is gonna, penetrate maybe small tanks and shit like that, and tankettes, but not tanks. Those things are also basically marshmallows when it comes to armor, so unless you're getting shot by small arms fire, those things are gonna combust like a tin can. So it's they were pathetic. There was nothing really great about the Mussolini's military at all. It was seen as genuinely a joke. I mean, if anything, the only thing that was kind of worth the fuck, but, in Italy's military was their navy. And that shit got destroyed, in the Mediterranean by the British. So, I mean, just by attrition over time. So it's just they didn't really have any luck there. And a lot of it was World War I and interwar era fucking ships. None of them were really that modern, aside of maybe a couple of them. And the British were, at least, has some more modern ships and, were able to, compete with that eventually over time. Especially when it came to the Air Force and the Royal Navy Air Force, too. So, I mean, Italy just won't stand a chance. I mean, it just never would. So, honestly, I feel like I'm just winning myself over in this alternate timeline. Someone needs to go back in time, kill the Nazi Hitler fuck. Because you know what? Honestly, the idea if you kill Hitler, this is going to be a worse guy. It's I don't even believe that, really. It's you don't know that. It's what? It's just because, you ultimately change the timeline that way, it's just going to be strictly set in one way where it's going to be somehow worse. I mean, again, I might have some biases, but I'm just saying, it's it doesn't always have to be the worst outcome. I'm just, and it's been a while since I've looked up some of my history about, the interwar leading up to World War II and Hitler's power and stuff it's been a while since I've, brushed up on that side of history of things. But, the Weimar Republic wasn't exactly, a hyper, super social conservative, thing. There was a lot of progressivism, and there was, some of the first early, trans-affirming surgeries happened in Germany and shit. I mean, there was, what was it called? The Institution of Sexual and Social Research or something like that. It was in Berlin and shit, and Nazis would always fucking protest against outside of that shit, kind of like how a lot of fucking right-wing pieces of shit protest against drag shows and shit all the time, and would basically say that it's all degeneracy and they're trying to spread evil Jewish queer / trans degeneracy and blah blah blah. Again, kind of curiously, similar to a lot of things that happen today when it comes to their talking points. If you only want to go do is go back and kill Hitler's dad or mom. Probably the pops. Probably the dad. From what I understand, my mom was just kind of like, you know, like a housewife type of lady, and just was, you know, sickly and shit, and Hitler just had was kind of like a mommy's boy, basically. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't really blame her, necessarily. Like, I feel like the pops, you know, might have, like, a slight influence a little bit. Didn't he abandon him anyway? Well, it sounds like he might have been a piece of shit, so. You know what, honestly, yeah, wait, hold on. I'm actually kind of curious. Who is his dad? You know what, I'm actually going to look this up really quick. I had a video I want to look at, but, you know, before we do that, you know, I actually want to look this up. And I bet the easiest way is to just look up Hitler himself. And go on his Wikipedia page. Okay. Succeeded by Karl Donitz as Fuel of Germany. Oh, yeah, that's right, because the Marshal of the Navy, Karl Donitz, became the successor of the Third Reich after Hitler's death. I forgot about that. Here, born, died, yeah, okay, we're parents. Aloy Hitler and Clara... what? Huh? Wait, this is his signature? That's Hitler's signature? He literally used the SS, like, rune to... What the fuck? Dude, that's not... That doesn't even... Okay, whatever. Is this him? Yep, that's... Oh my god, what a weird, gruff, ugly-looking man. Born in 1837 in Strons, Waldwitter, Lower Austria, in the German Confederation. And he died in 1903, 65, at Gasthaus Weisinger in building up Austria and Austria-Hungary. He was a customs officer. He had 3 wives. And one of them died within a year of marriage. Damn, dude, this guy did not have a lot of luck. Was born out of wedlock. His mother was Maria Schlickelgruber, but his biological father remains unknown. This uncertain percentage has led to claims that Aloy's third wife, Clara, may have also been either Aloy's first cousin or once removed or his half-niece. I don't think there's any evidence for that, so I don't really know if that's true. I don't think it is. I've never heard of that anyway, so I don't know. If there's nothing really else backing that up, then I don't really know if that's true. Anyway, what about the yeah, here. Blah. Okay, yeah, I just kind of want to get to the point where he's like, you know, with Hitler growing up. I want to know about that part. Wait. Genetics revealed DNA 38 living relatives to Hitler, including that with high probability Hitler's genotype included that. I never wrote that out of Hitler was true, or that, yeah, just, you know, I wrote that Hitler haplogroup is E1B1B, being more common than among Afro-Asiatic speakers and among overall Germans. Huh? Wait, hold on, what? What's going on with this? Did I miss something here? Wait, hold on. Maybe I think I might have skipped it. Yeah. Certainly about Stern's proposal. And Leopold Frankenberg, a purportedly Jewish man whose existence never found to be documented. Jan Georg Heidler became the stepfather of 5-year-old Alois and immediately posthumously declared. Okay. So our message just okay. In 1931, Hitler ordered the Schutzstaffel to investigate rumors regarding his ancestry, and they found no evidence of any Jewish ancestors. Probably confirmation bias. And after Nuremberg laws came into effect in Nazi Germany, Hitler ordered genealogist Rudolf Koppensteiner to publish a large illustrated genealogical tree showing his ancestry. This was published in the book Die Enstafel die Führers, the Prodigy of the Leader. In 1937, it purported to show that Hitler's family were all Austrian Germans with no Jewish ancestry, and that Hitler had an unblemished Aryan pedigree. Oh my god. William himself had claimed that Johann Hitler was his biological father, and a priest accordingly amended and considered as certified proof for Hitler's ancestry, and thus Hitler was considered a pure Aryan. 1876 was also the year when Eloy hired 16-year-old Clara as his house servant. So wait, his third wife, who birthed Hitler, was a house servant when she was 16. Odd. Filter something. Following the war, anyway, here, let's go to his personal life, because I feel like we'll find a little bit about that here. Or retirement or death, maybe, even. Let's check this out. Illegitimate daughter, huh? In early 1869, Alois Hitler had an affair with Thurka Pens, a Leopold Saint Oshbach of the Zurchas Vettel, Lower Austria. This is led to birth to Pens, but okay, whatever. Family life. Okay, maybe right here. It's pregnant with Phyllis Hitler. Historian Bradley Smith wrote that if Hitler had been free to do as he wished, he would have married Borusso immediately in 1884, but because the 1877 affidavit concerning his last name paternity was now legally Posel's first cousin once removed, too close to marry, he submitted an appeal to the church for a humanitarian waiver. Oh shit, wait, so is there actual, merit to the fact that there might be some wincest shit going on in here? Uh-oh. So, you know what, maybe there is justification for this. Dude, if Alois Hitler, actually tried to, petition the church to appeal that, then, there actually is merit to it. Oh, no. You know what? Well, actually, oh, yes, because that's good. Then it's like, oh, we can go back in time and eat that shit. Stop that shit before it even begins. Permission from Rome. Oh, my God. And about top floor to Pomeranian, meal served. Blah, 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 blah. Wait. On April 20th, 1889, she gave birth to her son, future dictator Adolf Hitler. Adolf was a sickly child, and his mother fretted over him. Alois was 51 when he was born and had little interest in child rearing. And he left it all to his wife. I guarantee he went out to go get milk and cigarettes and never came back. When not at work, he was either at a tavern or busy with his hobby, beekeeping. Well, basically, he pretty much might as well have been. Alois was transferred to Bernardo Passau. He was 55, Clark for 2, Alois Jr. 10, and Julian Adolf was 3 years old. Beginning at first, 1892. The family lived in Theresienstrasse on 23rd in Passau. 1 month after Alois accepted a better position at Linz on April 1st, 1893. His wife and children moved to the second room. Okay, this is just whatever. Alois wanted son Adolf's career in civil service. However, Adolf had become so alienated from his father that he was repulsed by his wishes. Am I sensing daddy issues by, Adolf here? Sounds like we got some daddy issues. Why is that a common theme amongst fascists? Daddy issues. Uh-oh. He sneered at the thought of a lifetime spent enforcing petty rules. Oh, but you literally ran a Third Reich and Dude, bruh, daddy issues. Dude, that's the source of Hitler's problems. Daddy issues. Oh my god. Holy fuck. You know what? It's like the whole, fatherlessness, shit that gets in, talked a lot. Is there actual, genuine, oh my god, this might actually... Oh my, wait, Aloy tried to browbeat his son into obedience, while Adolf did his best to be the opposite of whatever his father was. Dude, oh my god, I guarantee you, dude, daddy issues. That's it, that's it right there. Oh my god. Dude, is this the source of Hitler's angst? Is this it right here? Dude, is this it right here? Have we found the source? Because holy shit. I feel like this explains a lot, I feel like. Like, he was so alienated by his dad because he didn't give a fuck about him at all. And basically, you know, either was drinking a lot at the tavern, you know, and, like, was beekeeping if he wasn't. And, you know, if he wasn't at his job, basically. Like, he didn't give a fuck about him. You know, it wasn't like, you know, like an actual father to uplift him and shit. Dude, this guy, dude, Aloy might honestly be the reason why Hitler became Hitler. Dude, if he was just, like, there to actually step up for his kid, you know, I know there's the meme about, oh, if he was accepted into, you know, art academy, he wouldn't have been, you know, a Nazi fucking leader and blah, blah, blah. It's like, nah, I feel like if his dad stepped up, maybe that would have never happened. I think we found the reason why he probably was the way he was, at least a really good foundational root to it. And I think, you know, one of the scapegoats was, you know, Jewish people, because, you know, there were a lot of, like, you know, people who were Jewish in his lives, you know, like during World War I when he was a soldier, you know, there was a lot of Jewish officers in the German army at the time. You know, the doctor that was caring for his mother happened to be Jewish. Like, there was a lot, you know, so he used that as a scapegoat when it came to a lot of his angst, you know, about his daddy issues and shit. Bruh. Oh my god. I think we might have nailed a little bit of it. Think might have, yeah, I mean, honest, dude, this, I think right here is a good, fat, like, reason as to why Hitler probably was the way he was. I mean, because he already was kind of a sickly kid and kind of like the runt of, like, the family already. So he already, you know, seemed like he was, like, not really, like, you know, had the best of things growing up. He already had a rough childhood as it is. I mean, not try to justify his, like, psychology or personality necessarily, but I think he at least does give a good understanding as to why he was the way he was, though. I mean, generally. I think a lot of it's right here. Because, holy shit. Even one of his close friends admitted that Lloyd was awfully rough with his wife and hardly ever spoke a word to her at home. Dude, what? Dude, this guy was a fucking just, like, genuine, like, grade A case of just, like, shitty, abusive father figure. If Lloyd was in a bad mood, he picked on the older children or Claire herself in front of them. This guy, okay, this guy needs to be whacked. Fuck this guy. Dude, honestly, this is a source, I think, in a lot of, like, Hitler's insecurities and his problems and a lot of, like, his psychology of who he was. I think this is who, it's because of his fucking dad, dude. Bro, I think we might have honestly found some of the source of this shit. Lloyd's grandson, William Patrick Hitler, has said that is, like, oddly British, but so Nazi German at the same time. What the fuck? That is such a weirdly, like, the most Nazi British name I've ever heard. It said that he heard it from his father, Aloy Jr., that Aloy Hitler Sr. used to beat his children. And after Hitler and his eldest son, Aloy Jr., had a climactic and violent argument, Aloy Jr. left his home. The elders, Aloy swore they would never give the boy a penny of inheritance beyond what the law required. According to reports, Aloy Hitler liked to lord it over his neighbors. He even beat his own family dog into a what the fuck and shoot. Oh my, fuck this scum piece of shit. Oh my god. Holy, okay, yeah, fuck this utter garbage piece of shit. Holy fuck. Dude, the more I read about this guy, the worse he is. Oh my god. Yeah, I think we found the source of Hitler's problems. Not only was it daddy issues, it was, like, utter abuse and trauma growing up, dude, as a kid. Holy fuck. I mean, weirdly enough, that it does actually kind of give me a sense of, like, sympathy, but not empathy. Like, I sympathize with the fucking horrible shit, but not for who he was. I'm not gonna be empathetic towards, you know, Adolf, but, like, holy fucking shit, dude. That explains a lot. That really does. Like, goddamn. I mean, it's not, because honestly, like, I hear shit like that from, like, you know, upbringing of serial killers and shit. Like, with, like, John Wayne Gacy or, like, Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, I hear similar shit like that from, like, their, you know, case stories and shit. Like, there seems like to be a very strong overlap with horrible, abusive fucking parents, especially if they're a father figure, between abhorrent, like, either overtly, like, abusive, fascistic type of figures like this, or serial killer archetypes, and just hyper antisocial, like, you know, archetypes and shit. And Hitler fit all three of them. I mean, holy shit, bro. I think Aloy was like the fucking dude who really kind of solidified what Adolf would really ultimately become. A fucking monster upon the fucking world, dude. Oh my god, that guy. Alright, it's not Adolf Hitler we need to kill. It's that motherfucker we need to kill. It's Aloy Hitler, dude. That's the guy that needs to be whacked. Like, holy shit. Because honestly, like, goddamn, he sounds like the reason why Hitler was the way he was. Man. Ugh. I feel like I don't need to read much further with that guy to understand, you know, how that guy was. Like, holy shit. I mean, when I immediately saw the picture, I was like, oh, what an ugly, gruff-looking man. I'm like, well, yeah, he is an ugly fuck. Like, internally and externally. Ugh. Damn. Oof. Oof. There. Even Zukov's growing in agreement. Yeah, I know, dude. Yeah, that's like the spirit of Gregory Zukov and being like, "Dog, comrade." But here, let's actually at least, you know, have a little fun and you know, look at this thing, because I was saving this for a little bit. Reacting to an 80 million futuristic glass. Like, this is supposed to be better, but, you know, we can at least have some more goofs with this one. I'll at least do a little playback speed, because it does look, you know, a little lengthy.
You get into it.
Oh shit, we've been going, I've been researching all that. We've been deep diving that so much my Bluetooth turned off. Oops. Alright, let's get past all that. There we go.
Imagine fucking living in Missouri, like, in this thing. It looks like, first of all, it doesn't...
Wait, Missouri? Exactly. Wait, hold on.
That's in southwest Missouri, and about to tour this incredible glass...
That's in Missouri? Wait, dude, Missouri. Like, how's the socioeconomic conditions for the average human being in Missouri when it comes to, like, the standard of living there, when it comes to, like, the median income? And this is in Missouri? Bruh.
Bro, imagine fucking living in Missouri, like, in this thing. It looks like, first of all, it doesn't even look like a house. It looks like a building for...
It looks like a restaurant, to be fucking honest. Or, like, you know, like a riverside, like, museum slash, like, restaurant resort thing. It looks like a tourist trap place. That's what it looks like. Like, I was thinking, like, is that, like, you know, where you can go get, like, some, you know, fish and fries and, you know, or fish chips and, like, you know, get some, like, you know, catfish or something while, like, looking at, like, a museum of, like, you know, Missouri's, you know, history or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, it looks like a compound or something. It doesn't look like a house.
Businesses, it looks like commerce is happening.
Like, I mean, when your definition of house is basically that, there's a problem.
Right behind me.
Like, when that is, like, when this is apparently a house to you, like, your idea of what a house is so detached from reality that I don't even know what to do with you.
Known as the Evergreen Crystal Palace. Now, this property is incredible.
It's called the Evergreen Crystal Palace? Holy fucking shit. Oh my... Bruh.
Never seen anything like this ever in my life before. We got a really good episode ahead of us. Let's get started.
Whoa, dude, holy shit. Boom, 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 boom. Dude, 1.25 speed on this song actually kind of slaps hard, though. Dude, this shit actually at 1.25 speed legit goes way too hard, unironically. Like, okay, you know what? Brought it up. I like it.
Alright everyone, here we are.
Looks like a future Bass Pro Shop. Looks like a former Bass Pro Shop. It looks like the pyramid.
The motor court.
Former Bass Pro Shop.
By Robert Plastic, completed around 1993. Property is insane. It's situated on a
Wait, that was built in 1993? Damn.
3-acre lakefront.
I mean, like, wait. Jesus, like that. I mean, it definitely looks blocky like it was from the 90s. I will admit that.
11 bedrooms,
It's really polygonal.
square feet of interior space, gets incredible views, and check this out. Property is also for sale for $80 million, and huge thanks.
Boom. Check this out. Ain't this a great deal? It's $80 million. It's like, oh yeah, that's definitely within the price range for me. Oh yeah, so hip, so, you know, like, hit with the times, you know what I mean?
If you buy a property for $80 million in Missouri, what the fuck are you doing? You have to be doing it for a cult, right?
Yes. I mean, honestly, at that, dude, this literally looks like the, like, beginnings. Like, this looks like the blueprint of, like, you know, the compound for a cult, bro. It does! Oh my god, I wasn't thinking about it until he mentioned it, but yeah, dude. Like, this literally looks like, you know, the centerpiece, you know, like, right here. Like, this literally looks like the centerpiece of, like, you know, where the dude will be right there, you know, and then you have, like, the, you know, the flock and the congregation, you know, surrounding you, and you're, you know, speaking with them. Like, this, oh my god, dude, it totally does. Like, holy shit.
Why would anybody buy an office building out in the middle of nowhere in fucking Missouri?
An office building?
Like, this makes no goddamn sense.
To the listing agent, Ken Coleman, for getting us...
Unless you're trying to do a tax write-off. Which, shocker! It sounds like this is what it's for.
allowing us to tour this one-of-a-kind property.
Yeah, some of y'all may have seen this on YouTube. It is in fact not abandoned.
It's not abandoned. In fact, there are a ton of security cameras around. We have to go through a couple of gates to get here, but property is insane. Huge thanks to Ken, and we will leave the property link down in the description. Now let's...
So you can see if it actually is abandoned or not, so then we can arrest you when you try to trespass here. Because I know some of you radical anti-landlord anarchists might try to burn it down and... Is he trying to bait people?
It's pretty funny to start the property tour by being like, guys, contrary to popular opinion, this property is not abandoned.
Which, by the way, it probably is in the sense that no one's occupying it. Sure, maybe it's not abandoned in the sense that it's like no one's paying attention to it, but... or like maintaining it, but like no one's living in there, dude. No one's actually like spending time there.
A really good,
like, I guarantee you there's probably like some dork that is like, you know, maybe like at the real estate management office that is like in charge of looking at security cameras of like various different like properties that aren't like, you know, occupied or sold yet or some shit. You know, that's like, all right, I guess we'll look at this one. I guess this one, yeah, you know, fuck, this is boring, you know, and they just, like, go into some other shit, and when the boss walks by behind them, they're like, alright, diff tab, yeah, I'm looking at this one, yeah, nothing's going on here, you know, I was gonna check out the other property down in Missouri here in about 5 minutes or something like that, yeah, so, yeah, cool, alright, let's actually kind of look at that. Oh, I guess I see some people there. Yeah, whatever, I don't give a fuck. Anyway, next place, alright, anyway, let me go back to Agario over here and play some Agario. Alright, well, looks like I got eaten up anyway, so I guess I'll play a new game. It's like, that's what's gonna happen. Like, no one give a fuck. Like, I guarantee you no one's gonna give a fuck on that shit, son.
Really good.
Well, this is like some, like, motion sensors where, like, the local police, you know, get that shit triggered, you know, for them, where they show up or something, but considering it's in chucklefuck nowhere, I don't think that's gonna happen.
The point of this property is that it is not abandoned, okay? Despite what it may look like, it is not abandoned, please.
It's totally not abandoned to be a tax write-off. Yeah, some sort of early warning system. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they probably got, like, you know, some booby traps or something like that, where, like, if you breach a gate or go in the building, it's gonna sound a fat alarm where it's like, wah, 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 you know, whatever, so, you know, to scare people away. Like, I'm sure there's gonna be some shit like that, you know, I'm sure there's, like, you know, safety measures. I mean, for an $80 million property, which I guarantee you is hyperinflated for what the fuck it really is, like, I mean, they're definitely gonna have security measures in place, even if no one's there at all for a very long time. And they're definitely going to at least have, if not, you know, monthly, at least, like, maybe even weekly, you know, like, you know, checkups to make sure that, you know, things are good, the lawn's trimmed, and the plants are all Gucci, whatever the fuck, you know, dust ain't accumulating, you know, they're like, people do come up and maintain the property. It's just like, no one's there to actually, like, you know, make sure it's constantly 24/7 secured. But considering it's in chucklefuck nowhere, they probably don't need to do that anyway.
Please stop saying that.
Now,
get on with our tour. From the street level, we have the gate opening up the long private driveway that brings you right here where we have the motor court. It's super spacious up here. You can probably park about 40 to 50 cars if you need to.
40 to 50? Oh my god, like any average human being has to, like, money to have that much car, like that many cars. Like, oh my god. What the fuck is across the lake over here? Is that like, you know, what is this like some other fat compound or some shit? Or like a little fun? What's going on over there? Like what? Like, you know, some of the, like, small business, like, middle class, like, you know, peasantry have to, like, you know, look across the riverside or lakeside and look at, like, you know, the bougie fucking compound across the... Aye, dude. Murder it to the ground.
We can get a quick look at the house from here. You can actually see the top, third, and fourth level from this point. And
there's 4 levels on this bitch. And it looks like an office building, right? It just literally looks like the front of an office building with, like, the manicured garden or whatever the fuck on the lawn. Like, you know, like if you literally pan the camera more to the right, you would have the parking lot to like some sort of like, you know, office or like, you know, or some shit, dude. Like, what the fuck? This looks like an office building. And this is a house? Why is this like appealing? Like if I was running a big business or something like, you know, or a restaurant, this would look nice. I would change it up a little bit, but hey, I mean, doesn't look that bad if I was running a business, not a house.
See all 4 levels. It's insane.
It just looks like a commercial building and literally in the middle of nowhere.
Clad with glass, and we have the covered motor court, kind of a carport here. Mikey, let's pan up to the ceiling for a second.
Lots of these like pyramids, triangles. On the other side of the lot,
the Illuminati.
One of these is sticking out of the grass. I assume that's a skylight, right?
Oh no, that one?
Yeah.
I think that one is the security quarters.
Oh, well, never mind that.
Security quarters?
Yeah, we have a ton of these glass skylights that are kind of dome designed that serves as a roof, and this covered
domed. Those look more like pyramid designs.
Entry takes you up here. Keep in mind, this was designed to be a commercial space, kind of a live-in workspace for Robert Placer and his colleagues. I believe.
A live-in workspace?
And inside is.
What the fuck? Who's Robert Plaster, bro? Let me tell you something. A Southern oilman, but like more importantly, a Southern oilman with remarkably bad taste. It is so funny to me to be like, oh, dude, I love business so much. I love commerce so much. I want to live in a fucking ugly ass fucking business plaza that definitely looks like it was designed in 1993 that you would see in like, you would see in fucking California and like Los Angeles somewhere. Okay.
I mean, or hell, like anywhere on the West Coast, to be frank.
I live there.
It just looks like a hyper, like Hollywood / New York, like Seattle style, like corporate Neapolitan fucking bullshit, or cosmopolitan bullshit,
I love commerce so much. I want to live in a commerce area.
Really unique and interesting. We have mirrored columns throughout, and these glass doors open up to a kind of a 3rd floor landing here, where you can kind of overlook to the amazing views. This is incredible. It's old glass. It was completed around 1993. Believe it or not, some of the rooms haven't been even slept in, and they kind of kept it.
Yeah, because you have like 8,000 rooms in this goddamn compound.
With the custom furniture, so it feels like we're back in 1990s.
Yeah, it is like a time warp in here.
Yeah, it's insane.
Let's do the time warp again.
Let's start from this wing on the 3rd floor where we have the guest suites. Let's go check out a couple of them. Marble throughout on the floors, on the walls. Each one of the bedrooms are themed.
This straight up looks like some fucking like, you know, like business plaza building.
Peacock theme, and going in we got carpet floors. These massive internal.
Wait. Bro, no, the design literally is mall. Like, look at the rooms. Bro. What the fuck? That's nuts. Why would you want to live there?
Because you'd be a rich bougie freak that wants to have a tax write-off property, basically. I mean, dude, why? Like, what is this place?
Wait, this looks good. This style is back in. No, the room looks good, but that part is so shitty.
It has a peacock theme, and going in, we got carpet floors.
I mean, the room itself looks fine if it was like, you know, a fancy hotel. Like, It feels like hyper fancy hotel vibes, like luxury 5-star hotel vibes.
Internal windows that looks at the crazy atrium that we have over the entry. We're gonna check that.
Wow, you literally have like a lounge room where you can. Oh my god, dude, this place. What is this place? Dude, this feels dystopian.
Of the table.
Dude, honestly, if I had a place like this, I would feel so fucking empty inside. I'm not even kidding. It's like it would be so spacious and big. I feel empty. I'll be like, damn, like, why do I feel like I have like nothing? I mean, because like there would be so many rooms and so much space, like where I have my shit scattered everywhere, that it would like, you know, it'd feel empty. Like, I mean, it's just like, bleh. It's just like lame. It's like, I mean, what the hell? I wouldn't, like, it's just like too much bullshit. Like, bleh. Like, can we cut this down in like, you know, 3/4 of the way, and also potentially like, I don't know, like, not make it weird like 1990s, like cosmopolitan, neoliberal, corporate, dystopian hellscape vibe.
Which all the rooms in this house gets king-size bed and a separation here for the vanity, and around the corner, of course, we have the toilet set up.
This is Trump Tower, bro.
Can you?
Yeah, Trump Tower, but Missouri edition. This is the Missouri edition of Trump Tower, bro.
In 1990s?
I don't have to.
It's just missing all the fucking gold-plated fucking furniture and shit. Like, everything is just needs to be gold-plated, and it's like Trump Tower 2 Electric Boogaloo right here.
And he's right now.
There you go. I mean,
Mikey is not liking it,
Now,
dude.
let's take this walkway, Mikey. Go check out a couple more rooms here. These glass walls are facing the front of the home, and here's another one of
It's pretty funny because, like, I feel like Mikey can't even hide it. He's like, yeah, this is shit.
these dome designs that we saw on the exterior that looks down to the second floor. I'm kind of speechless. It's so unique.
You know what this whole house reminds me of? What? You remember that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger we watched, Total Recall?
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah. The whole thing is like the style, the design, and like it feels like something that would be like on another planet.
You know, like a corporate dystopian hellscape on Mars. I don't think he said that as a compliment.
I've never seen anything like this in my life before. It's not even that we haven't toured. I've never seen. I mean, look at this thing. It's kind of futuristic, but like left it from 1990s. They all have patios opening up to this amazing lake view. This lake is awesome.
Bro, I can smell this house.
Like, it smells like dusty, like grandma's like room that she hasn't touched since like 2003, and she uses it as a guest bedroom. But you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's like that room. Like, dude, I could smell it too, dude. And it's just like that grandma's like guest bedroom aroma, you know, that hasn't been touched since 2003. Like, straight up, dude, it is that aroma. Like, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Because it, dude, like, holy shit, like, this bed right here reeks of that aroma. Like, of just like that dusty, like, you know, like, it's clean but hasn't been touched in fucking forever, in like since like the 2000s to the 90s. You know, it's just like it's just got that vibe. And I love and hate these real estate weirdos that try to like pitch and sell shit like this, because like, oh, it's such a, like, you know, a nice vintage, you know, clash with like the modernization of the 90s, and you know, and it's just like a nice, you know, fit for, you know, feeling like, you know, it's like a flashback back into a bit. It's like, oh my god, like, what weird like gobbledygook are you saying to try to sell this? Because I ain't buying, bro. It's like, oh my god, I love it, but I hate it so much. Holy shit.
Like, when I see bedding like that, there's like a very distinct smell.
Yep, there is. It is.
Mine.
Yeah.
And dust.
And around the corner, this one also has a full bathroom. I forgot.
It's like a strange, like, dusty but clean smell. It's like, you know, like that clean, fragrant smell? It's like, imagine that, but dusty, and has not been, like, disturbed since, like, 2004. You know what I mean? It's like, it's that. I don't even know how to explain it. It's like, there is, like, a weird, like, old, dusty fragrance, but it's dusty. It's like, it's hard to explain.
This bedroom was, let's see, this is a Chinatown. Chinatown.
There's a literal Chinatown in your house? Bruh, like, dude, what the, oh my god, is this weirdly racist or something now? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, you just have, like, a room just dedicated to Chinese artifacts that were stolen by the British that you bought at auction or some shit. Like, oh my god. What the fuck? Oh, no. What are we about to walk in? What are you about to walk into with your Chinatown, buddy?
This one is Ram, 3rd bedroom. Let's go inside real quick.
We got a little ram at the door.
That's right. I'll hold the door for you. And then
Wait. That thing was supposed to be a ram? Okay.
We got a little ram at the door. That's right.
Oh, okay, I see it now. It's, yeah, you just kind of have to look at it this way. Okay, I see it now.
I'll hold the door for you. Another super spacious bedroom, king-size bed, seating area.
Is this your quote-unquote Chinatown? It's just another bedroom that has, like, a more rustic wood style, like, aesthetic? Oh my god. Fuck these weird real estate moguls, bro.
I love these oak wood paneling. These brass tonight, and I was talking to the realtor. He was like, "Brass is coming in style again." So before you know it, this is gonna be really cool again.
Also, LA staging.
Oh, before you know it, this will be new and hip, bro. It will be the new cool thing, dude. Having like plants on top of your like oak wood cabinets, bro. With little like wooden rams just all over the place, just scattered about. What the fuck, dude? Like, what is this, man? I mean, I will admit, like, that is kind of a cool looking cabinet, but it needs color to it. Like, it needs like a redwood or like a maple, like dark oak color. Like, it just literally looks like a base template for a cabinet that needs some color to it. Or even just painted over or something. I mean, the rams are kind of cool, I guess, but like, this room is so empty, dude. Why is everything empty? I hate it, dude. I hate everything about this.
They like to put something like this around there. They have those goats they always put in houses.
Well, I guess
those are not goats. Well, I guess they are technically goats, but the rams, bro. These are technically rams. Like, they're not like. Oh my god.
Around the corner. Let's go into this one, Mikey. These glass block walk-in showers. They used to be really cool, like really hip. And
that's a shower. Oh my. Bro.
1990s and 2000s. Top setup. Every single bedroom has evergreen branded towels from 1990s.
I wonder if we can take any of those home with us.
I want a souvenir.
From the 1990s. Isn't this cool? It's a towel. It's a towel.
I take one of those.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. So, like, what is the ideal, let's step out of the bathroom, but what is the ideal person to buy this? Because it seems...
A rich, weird, bushy fuck that wants to feel like they're in a cosmopolitan, neoliberal business, Mongol building compound, but live in it. That person.
It's dated, but, like, it is 90s furniture, like, decorations.
It's out there.
It's an $80 million mall in Missouri. And somehow, it's, like, far from everywhere. Even for fucking Missouri. This is not a home. Okay? This is maybe if you have a cult, like this is for an incredibly specific cult leader with a lot of money, I guess.
It's unique, it's different.
I mean, how much money would it take to get this thing up to modern standards?
So, here's my vision on this.
Probably another $80 million.
First off, it's a really...
So $160 million probably altogether for this fucking worthless piece of shit of a property.
Check it out. I would kind of leave it the way it is, and what I mean by that is, I wouldn't come in here and do a radical remodel. I would more so come in here and refresh things. What I mean by that is, I would change the carpet floors. I would stain the wood panels.
I like how it was so echoey, and he entered this room, and suddenly it just stopped. I love how, like, half of this house is echoey as fuck. But then you might enter a room, and suddenly it's not. I love that about a house. Like, yes, let me have a very echoey, section of my house, and then as soon as I enter a room, it's just not. Because, that would not be annoying as fuck.
Right? I will change some of the fixtures and handles, and I'll just modernize it.
Dude, every room damn near looks the same. Outside of, like, a couple aesthetics here and there being a little different. Like, this room has slightly different aesthetics, like, ooh, they added some blue stuff and some different things, and... a dog statue on a bed for some reason to make it look like a dog is sitting there just like attentive, like, oh, look at me. Oh my god, bro. Dude, this is like a fever dream of a house. house.
It kind of works. It's kind of Art Deco almost.
Yeah, and it in a weird way reminds me of Dan Bilzerian's house that we toured a few weeks ago. It's the same size, kind of.
I would prefer this over that. I think this is more timeless and different.
Yeah, and you got the lake right here.
Without a doubt. Look at this. And you have all that lake frontage, and this home actually has a boat dock as well, so you get lake access. And Mikey, you can't beat the privacy you get here, you know?
Also, who knows what's happening in Dan Bilzerian's house? Like,
yeah, that's right. All right,
Yeah, exactly. The privacy. Guys, do you want to have a hospital? Do you want to have a rural-looking hospital in the middle of nowhere overlooking a lake? Like, this looks like you would buy this to make it into, like, a
clinic.
Like a celebrity rehab center where they basically kidnap celebrities and, like, fucking brainwash them or some shit. You know what I mean?
Into, like, some weird, like, multi-level marketing scheme cult. Oh, my God.
This house is only giving incredibly fucked vibes, okay? Like, we've made fun of, like, the celebrity cloning shit before, but this house looks like they actually do the celebrity cloning here.
On this level, well,
yeah, like you go down in the basement in the scientific lab where all the cloning, you know, like fucking tubes where all like the like, you know, development of all these celebrities are slowly but being developed, and they're all just like in this like, you know, just like kind of like sitting there in these little like, you know, tubes, just like, you know, floating in there, just like this and shit, just like. You know, like, you know, there's fetuses in the womb, you know, but they're, like, in their 20s or so. Oh, my God, dude. You just got the lab, and there's just all the clones there just ready to go. Ready to whack the real ones, and then the clones are growing out there, you know. Oh, my God, dude. This house actually does look like that, dude. This place has got vibes all wrong. It feels like a weird, massive dental clinic compound. It feels like a cult compound. It feels like a goddamn weird business, like, mall compound of some sort. It's just so disturbing. This is creepy.
This wing, this is the most spacious one, has its own private balcony that looks to the views. It's all glass, so you enjoy these views. It's such a peaceful and calm day here at the lake, and we're actually going to take our jet board in a bit, go enjoy it. This is awesome.
I can't wait because it is getting pretty hot in Missouri.
Yeah, and we'll enjoy that lake.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the hallway and go to the other side, Mikey. And while we were doing that, I want to mention a couple more things about the property. One of the most impressive parts about this home is the amount of land you get and how private it is. It literally feels like we're in a rainforest.
So you could have a cult out here, then people could be buried out in your little personal rainforest here in Missouri.
Old trees.
You could sacrifice humans out in the rainforest. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is just so fucking disturbing, dude. So, like, I mean, why? I mean, look at this shit. Like, I mean, for fuck's sake. It's like a weird business commercial building in the middle of fucking nowhere. I mean, what the hell? And what, is this over here a part of it too? Like this little dock? I guarantee you it is.
We're in a rainforest. It's old trees.
Yeah, because it's Missouri.
Green, so peaceful, so private. And I can actually see this home working as a corporate retreat for a company.
Yeah.
Where
a corporate retreat for a company. Oh my God. Oh, fuck you. I want to throw you in a fucking lake.
The business can buy this, kind of bring it up to their standards, and have
a business can buy it and bring it up to their standards. Oh. All right, I'm feeling the anarcho-Maoist landlord, you know, vibes really hard right now.
The management team come, work out of here, enjoy the space, enjoy the lake. There are so many applications. By the way, the amount of marble in this place is mind-boggling. I almost feel like...
Look at all this marble. It would make Rome bow to its knees in the grandiousness of all the marble. Yes.
An entire story here, just to be able to collab this place with marble columns. Mikey, let's show this atrium real quick. This is insane. This feels like a Four Seasons.
This is literally just like capitalism, and you know, like in a nutshell. This is literally like the decline of man. This is like, you know, capitalism in its like final form right here. Oh my God, just endless waste. Just like needlessly wasting resources over something so grandiose for no reason, but for maybe a bunch of company management moguls, you know, to enjoy, you know, to just be a bunch of parasites sucking the life and the, you know, natural resource and ecology of their area and shit, and just like, you know, mark up, you know, like these, you know, bourgeois fucking, you know, properties, you know, for their own fucking, you know, like tax write-offs for the company, you know, or for their fucking, you know, like, business moguling, you know, as an individual. Like, I mean, this place is just, it's just like a fucking example of this shit. I mean, what else, like, is it? What the fuck is going on? Wait, hold on. What's going on over here?
Back of his head.
I love it.
Is this the firing range?
Ton of character.
You should get some of those for the office. Get some.
No.
Dude, it's a firing. There's a goddamn firing range? Dude, like, this is a mall, basically. Like, you got your local fire range at the mall, you got your dental office at the mall, you got, like, you know, the goddamn Spencer's here. Like, what the fuck else you got going on here? You got, like, you know, fucking, you know, Xfinity, you know, trying to commission, you know, fucking sales over there, too, bitch. Like, oh my god. There's a goddamn firing range at this place. Bruh. I mean, to be fair, I think it would be kind of cool if I had a firing range at my house, too. I mean, if I had, like, a firing range in my basement, dude, I'd totally fucking fucks with that. I'm not even gonna lie. But, I mean, I'm just saying, though, like, what the fuck? Like, dude, what the... Oh, my God. This kind of proved my point exceptionally, didn't it? Oh, my fucking God. That's a fucking elevator! What? What motherfucker has an elevator in their house? And it's made of marble and a copper fucking bronze plated elevator door. Fuck off! Oh my god! Holy fuck, this is insane.
Marble walls. Mikey, we're gonna go to
Marble walls everywhere. Isn't it brushing and douches for class for the good building? Yes. What?
But you gotta come.
I know there was one in the Hollywood Hills, but I don't think it was actually legal to land there, right?
That's a helipad. That's what the fuck it was. It's a goddamn helipad. What motherfucker got a helipad at their house? Oh my god, this is insane. Holy shit, this is ridiculous.
$110 million Santa Barbara Ranch.
Oh, that actually didn't have an H on it though. It didn't feel like a real helipad.
This one feels like the real deal.
This is a helipad.
This right here is the real deal. This right here is a true helipad. Yes, what? Oh my god. What's next? Is there a fucking airstrip hidden somewhere on this bitch? Is there an airstrip too? Actually, is there? Okay, doesn't look like it. Dude, there's marble walls everywhere. There's another marble wall. Dude, is that the same fucking elevator? Like, oh my god, dude, holy shit. Okay, yep, dude. Dude, these robber barons have gone too far. These capitalistic robber barons have gone too far, dude. Like, holy shit. Dude, this is like, dude, the fucking robber barons and the fucking, like, oligarchs and the monopolists of the fucking 1880s and 90s during the Gilded Age would fucking wet themselves and, like, suck the dick of motherfuckers today just to have that. Like, I mean, like, they would suck the dick of Bezos, you know, in hopes that they could, you know, get some money to fucking own that shit. Like, the motherfuckers like Edison and the robber barons of Standard Oil Company and all that shit back in that day, you know, like, they yearn and wish to own such grandiose shit. Like, I've actually read an article recently where, like, arguably, like, due to economic conditions and shit like that, like, you know, like, when it comes to the conditions of the Great Depression to now, like, we're arguably in a worse state of affairs now, economically, in comparison to the Great Depression. And it's just like, bruh. If that's the case, then, yeah, the robber barons back then just could only dream of being able to fucking exploit motherfuckers, you know, like, you know, like they were able to then. Because, holy shit. Like, I mean, that shit looked like a mall. And a dental clinic and a cult facility compound. It's like it looked like so many things at once. It's oh my. It's just Jesus. Oh Dios mío. You know what? Why can't we be like the French and have goddamn baguette vending machines? I want this shit right here. I want a baguette vending machine. You know, what if I'm like walking home from the bar and I got the munchies or something because, you know, I feel like I need to eat something if I, you know, like, or else I might not feel good, you know, so, you know, maybe I want a damn baguette. You know, I can eat that on the way home. It's bread, but you know what? It's filling. The base is true. That is the base. That's like a bill. Here. Let's see what little fun thing we look at. I saw that absurdity. Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. That was just like ridiculous. I can't believe those are fucking actual houses that exist out there. It's like, man, the long tirade I could go on with that, because holy shit. Fine, so let's pull up and then I go to the bathroom here. But let's see here. Let's see. The mysterious hole. What this be about? I should look this right here. I'll be right back. And then we should see what this hole is about. Hey, doggo. Oh, you stretch. Oh, you stretch, buddy. Oh my goodness, it's so. Oh, no. Let's go. Right. Oofy doof. Come here. Grunny boy. What? Oh. Oh. Goof. Charlie, take us away with the mysterious hole, good sir. What doth be with the hole? Oh, you goof. Little goofy thing. Oh. What is it going, boy? Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
An incredible week we've had. It has been a non-stop thrill ride of remarkable things going on in the world. Supposed alien corpses being displayed in Mexican Congress, Roblox drinking stupid juice and thinking that it's a good idea to introduce a dating app to Roblox.
And have child labor being very extensive as their business model.
Doing its best to join the dinosaurs by going extinct. The greedy ghouls at the top of Unity's food chain have introduced a new policy that may very well repel more people than Axe body spray and send them going to competitors, which will inevitably lead to a huge problem for Unity. All the shit they're catching is completely deserved. They deserve more shit than a toilet bowl right now. Their decision, the policy, to charge per install is just so mindlessly greedy. Like, it is Mr. Krabs level of greed, and it's not surprising because the Unity CEO is actually a previous EA employee whom was too greedy for even EA.
Yeah, I kind of remember that a little bit, which is pretty fucking absurd. I kind of remember reading up about a lot more about this type of shit and just being like, it's like the dude literally being so egregious, you know, when it came to this like corruption, that EA was like, yo, you're a little too greedy for even for our taste there, buddy. What are you doing? Can I help you? Why? Why do you do that every time? Like, goddamn. Jeez.
No, the sirens should be blaring. That is a huge red flag. He was too greedy for EA. He, in 2011, entertained the idea that they should charge for reloading your gun in Battlefield because...
Alright, I never knew that. Wait, what? What? I get it. Ammo costs a shitload, but goddammit, I don't want to buy ammo in a fucking video game. It's already bad enough with ammo prices in the real world. Don't make me do that in a game. Oh my god. No way. That is insane. No wonder EA canned him. Oh my god. What the fuck?
He believed that players in the middle of a firefight wouldn't be price sensitive, so they'd likely just pay for that next, round of ammunition in order to finish off their kill. So he'd literally be charging you per bullet in that fucking game. He also said any developers that make games without monetization in mind are fucking idiots.
Now that I heard about.
This guy only cares about money. He literally is Mr. Krabs, but even worse. So, it's not surprising to see the direction he's taken Unity, and I am focusing way too much on Unity right now when that's not even what this video is about. The point I was making is every single day this week there has been wild new stories coming out, and today we've got another banger that just dropped. Just now, only a few hours ago, we were blessed with...
Well, technically a couple days ago now at this point.
Another wild situation developing. A mysterious hole.
It's a huge, mysterious crater that...
A mysterious crater. Oh shit, that's a mysterious crater.
This world. But is it? The unusual hole on Portmarnock Beach stopped local astrophysics enthusiast Dave Kennedy in his tracks yesterday, and he's certain the small but heavy rock inside it came from up above.
It came from up above. If that's the case, a rock that size would not leave a crater that big. It would leave one way fucking bigger than that. Like, and also if that was the case, then I'm imagining the little neighborhood that's way over there would literally be fucking obliterated. That wouldn't exist anymore. Everyone would be dead. Like, so, like, this does not come from above. This, like, came from, you know, a bunch of people who decided, like, have fun at the beach and dig a fat hole. And honestly, I guarantee you that's what it was.
My witness, I swear that...
I mean, if not, then maybe, like, an animal, but it looks a little too, like, cylindrical for that to be the case.
The finest holes I've ever seen.
It is indeed a fine hole, though. I mean, this is a really nice, like, perfectly nice circular hole. I mean, it's a quality hole. It's a good hole.
Explanation I can give you for how this hole could have possibly came to be, which is why it's lucky the astrophysicist Enjoyer happened to be on the scene in order to give us a reasonable explanation for what created this hole.
Which I guarantee you, an astrophysicist enthusiast and enjoyer is probably just like a UFO hunter. It's like, oh yeah, I like UFOs. You know, I guarantee you that's what this dude is.
As you can tell by here, there's a scorch mark on this side here, so that would have been...
What? Wait, hold on, what?
Happened to be on the scene in order to give us a reasonable explanation for what created this hole.
As you can tell by here, there's a scorch...
No. Like, okay, for one, if that's the case, it would not look like that. And for two, where's all the little, like, pockets and holes from other objects in space hitting this thing? Like, because rocks that come from space don't look like that. So... Are you sure you're an astronomy, astrophysicist enthusiast there, buddy?
On this side here, so that would have been at the angle that it came down at. And it is weighty. I'm not sure if it's composition, but we're definitely going to have to find out.
We're definitely going to find out, I tell you what. Yeah, it's going to be composition of, like, minerals that are found on Earth. Shocker, because it's a rock from Earth. I mean, like, really, dude? Oh my, dude, what are I mean, this is kind of like the OG level of, like, you know, conspiracy theorists were back in the day, at least when it came to, like, UFOs and stuff like that. This one's pretty benign, at least, you know, so whatever. But, like, I mean, man, like, you got nothing better? Like, you could have said it was, like, you know, an alien craft. You could have said, like, oh shit, I saw an alien craft that, you know, came down from the planet, you know, or from space, and, you know, I saw a few people, you know, like, walk around and shit, and thus, you know, when they saw me, they immediately went in their craft and fled, or some shit. Like, you could have, like, made up some weird cockamamie story, but this is what you came up with? Like, because honestly, the other one, while more extraordinary, at least, you know, would have been a little more believable, because then it wouldn't have to be a meteor just, like, you know, doing, you know, some shit like that. It could be, like, you know, something that could have crash landed, and it, like, heavily embedded itself in the ground, and lifted itself up afterwards. Like, I mean, that can at least be explained. But you didn't went that. So it's like, I mean, come on. It's like, if you're going to be a UFO enthusiast type of dude and an astrophysicist enthusiast, I mean, come on. You got to step the game up a little bit. Don't be so boring where it's like, oh yeah, I found a rock. I mean, come on.
Well, be holding an entire brick of vibranium right there. Like, just an entire fucking block of unobtainium in his hand, and he's a billionaire.
Or stalinium.
We just don't know it yet.
The striking hole soon caught the attention of passers-by.
Oh my god, dude. Random people walking by were like, oh my god, there's a hole. There is a hole in the beach. Oh my goodness. What could this have been from? Dude, British people, you're making Americans look like fucking academics, okay? Like, holy shit. Y'all need to really fucking figure out your existential crisis y'all been going through for like 10 years. For like 10 years now. Y'all need to figure some shit out, okay? So for the past 10 years, we've been going for an existential crisis, and it's getting sad. We, as Americans, are looking like academics in comparison to you. And that's saying something, and that's just sad.
Hoping that what they're witnessing is the aftermath of a once-in-a-lifetime cosmic event.
Dropping the sarcasm for a second, why? It's just a hole. You can make up any story at all to go along with it. I could have also come up with some fanfic.
Exactly.
Said this is where the Pacific.
I mean, honestly, that's, you know, like I was saying, like, you know, fucking UFO craft landed there or some shit. I mean, like, literally anything.
Aliens enter and exit our world. It's actually a portal to hell. Like, I could have come up with any explanation at all. It's just a fucking hole. I just don't even understand how this became news. Like, they're making it sound like this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take a picture of this hole. It's not even that special. It's not even as cool as the holes that are on my body. And who's to say that this wasn't just dug by a human being? You know, this could be something right out of the movie Holes, like with Warden Walker. I'm tired of digging holes, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad.
That's too damn bad, boy.
I think about that scene a lot. That's probably like one of my favorite scenes in all of cinema. Point is, it's just a fucking hole. Wow, I mean, look at the size of it.
So we're down here quite a lot.
Look at the size of this fucking hole. Oh my god. These fucking limey Brits, dude. Wait, is this in the Virgin Island? Dude, so, okay, they are Brits. This is like the British Virgin Islands. So these whole fucking Brits, these are the limeys, dude. You sad fucks. Like, are you all so bored over there that a fucking hole in the ground is exciting? Oh my god, are you all that bored? Oh my god. Sad. Sad.
And no, I've never seen anything like this before, so...
I feel bad for your child. I feel bad for your little kid that has probably seen many holes, and you're like, I've never seen a hole like this before. Oh no. Oh my god, this is weirdly, like, I want this to be humor. Am I just, like, being cynical tonight or something? Because, like, I'm just seeing the existential dread in everything I'm looking at. Oh my god.
It's spectacular.
There has been no confirmation that this is the site of a meteor strike, but Dave is a...
Because it's not! Like, I mean, if it was a meteor strike, if it made that, it would be, like, the equivalent of this. Or, like, a fucking pebble. Like, bruh. No. It's not. Oh, my God. No, man, no.
I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off here before finishing the news segment. This is not the crash site to a meteor. This was dug by a couple of dudes on the beach using children's toys.
Wow, who would have thought that? Shocker. It's as if my prediction from earlier was obviously correct. Damn, look at him. Look at my boy with his beer belly right here. Dude, you can tell that these guys had a few brewskis. They shared a few six-packs. And they're like, you know what? Let's get our kids, you know, shovel toys. Let's just have some fun and dig a fat hole, damn it. Like, there is just something, like, you know, primal, but so satisfying about men just, like, digging a fat hole, okay? Like, I mean, so you know what? We can do this damn right. Damn right. You know what? Like, you know, so I appreciate, you know, the fact that they just had some fun. Oh, you know what? Oh my god, I actually have a YouTube show we should look at after this.
Thanks, Bernard. Now, finally, for now, mysterious hole on a beach has caused a stir in North Dublin.
Exactly as
North Dublin? Wait, was this in Ireland? Wait, what?
A rational person would assume this hole on the beach was made by normal human beachgoers. It's not some kind of cosmic anomaly that just happened to unfold here. But I just love that for some reason Dave was walking along the beach, saw this, and his jaw just hit the fucking floor. So then he just let Hulkmania run wild in his brain, and he crafted this entire story about how it was clearly the crash site to a meteorite. This is just a crater formed from a super duper space rock that he now has. It's the Tesseract. He's got the
Tesseract cube
now from space, and he's got to go get it analyzed. It's just perfectly representative of the current climate of the world, where no matter how simple something is, people reach for the deepest, most outrageous explanation for it. This guy saw a hole and crafted an entire science fiction novel out of it. And you see that all the time online, where people will just make up shit, just pull everything out of their ass based on nothing. Based on literally nothing. Nothing grounded in reality, and they just make up the most nonsensical garbage. And that's exactly what happened here. But usually when it comes to this phenomenon of dabbling in fantasy and passing it off as real, like 5G is destroying human DNA and it's a beacon to summon the reptilians, they're rising up against us thanks to fucking 5G. Usually the person...
Honestly, that would be a lot more, like, compelling of a story if that was the case, versus just like, it was a rock that fell from the sky. I mean, it would be a little more compelling.
That is someone that is, you know, addicted to ketamine, their mind's rotting away, and they're not really in the best state. But in this case, the guy is apparently an astrophysics enthusiast. That's what they refer to him as. So it makes no sense why he wouldn't just think rationally about a fucking hole on...
Because I guarantee he was trying to, like, you know, play up the idea that he was, you know, more than just a UFO enthusiast. Being like, oh, there's stuff that, you know, fall from space, and... Yo, I can't say this is a UFO, but I would say it's a rock.
And only about a month ago I was watching a documentary from NASA on exactly what you're looking at behind you. So when I looked at it and saw how uniform it is, and the blast crater, I knew immediately that I was looking at it as an impact.
Immediately. Oh no. You watched a documentary once and thought you knew it all.
Dave has spent the day reaching out.
They actually made him, like, you know, walk on the beach of this rock, just like, look off into the sunset there, lad. Oh my god! This is just ridiculous, dude.
Astronomy experts to see if they can help him solve the mystery of the crater on the beach.
Hey Dave, I'm not an astronomy expert, but I'll help you solve that mystery on the beach. It was made by two guys and a Fisher-Price plastic shovel. So...
And a couple 6-packs of Coors Light or some shit.
That one to bet now. It is not an impact site.
The next step is to get this rock tested, see what it's made of, and see if this can be confirmed as a meteor strike in Dublin.
Imagine the incredible twist of this story.
Bruh. Imagine being that news reporter lady and just, like, thinking it's real. Because, honestly, I really want to hope that she knew it was bullshit. But, oh my god. Here, you know what? Let's just look at it.
Tested, see what it's made of, and see if this can be confirmed as a meteor strike.
Yeah, I feel like she ain't buying it. She just kind of looks like... Yeah, why am I even holding this rock? I kind of know this is dug by people. This is kind of dumb. I'm just being paid to do this, whatever. Like, yeah, I feel like she is just playing along with it. Oh my god, yeah. Why does she kind of have, like, her skirt blast thing going on is just like... Wait, is she kneeling down? Okay, she's kneeling down. I honestly thought, like, it was so windy, it's just like... Just like, you know, plumed up, but nah, she's just kneeling down.
Dublin.
Imagine the incredible twist of this story if Dave gets that analyzed and it turns out it is a real, authentic meteorite, and it just turns out, through the most astronomically unlikely series of events, that hole that these dudes dug was also the impact site to that meteorite. So,
I mean, that would be kind of funny, because that would just mean that, like, thousands of years ago, that, like, that meteorite struck there at one point, and just eventually got buried, and they just happened to just dig right where it was. That would be, honestly, a crazy turn of events.
Dug this hole, and it acted like a target for that meteorite in space to come hit it, and Dave just finds it. That would be crazy. That would be unbelievably awesome. I'm rooting for you, Dave. I do hope it's a meteorite.
Of a meteor strike. But footage emerged last night of two men digging a hole on Portmarnock Beach. Local astrophysics buff David Kennedy was startled by the discovery and thought a rock he found in the hole might have come from the skies above. Today he says he's disappointed, but he's still getting the rock analysed in the hopes that it wasn't a completely...
Hey, wait, he's still gonna try to see if it actually was or not? Well, even though there's actual video evidence all I've seen, I'm gonna still analyze it in the hopes that maybe I was wrong and that's bullshit and CGI or something, I say.
Discovery.
After so many people clowned on them once it was revealed where this hole actually came from, They owned up to it. They said where the hole actually came from, much to the dismay of the astrophysics enthusiasts. He says he's still going to get the rock analyzed. I imagine the findings from that are going to be disappointing, to say the least. But hey, who knows? Maybe it really...
You know what? Maybe it's very agreeable. I fucking agree with that. 100%. That was honestly like a goddamn glorious burp. That's... Fucking respect.
Super rare space rock. I'm hoping that it is, because this is understandably pretty embarrassing for him, and he needs a W here. So fingers crossed he actually did stumble upon a
I kind of feel like he didn't, but let me find some true peak male performance, because I know where I could find some. Not just out of digging holes out of the sake of digging holes, but also to Patron, dude. He's evolved in a way. No, it's doing this bullshit where it's doing this. No, we can't see the full fucking glory. No, we can't see the full glory. No, I must find a way. I shall find a way. When there's a will, there's a way to see peak male performance. Damn it, we must see. You know what? Here, maybe there's a way. What if I save it to a playlist and I use that as a way to... What if? Let's go to, yeah, playlists. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah! This worked! Fuck yes. Now I need to full screen you. Can I do that? Is that... Oh my god, you're so tiny. I don't know if it's possible. You're so small. It's so tiny. I mean, it's a yeah boy, but can we get it? Can we do it? Oh no. Can we full screen you, bad boy? Come on. Full screen for me. Damn it. Come on. Come on. No. No. Come on. Come on. God damn it. There's a will. There's a way. Damn it. So small. I know. I'm trying. Dude, it literally is overlapped. That's the problem. It's literally overlapped with like 3 other things. I don't want the precise seeking or that either. Like, oh my god. Son of a bitch. Oh, wait. There has to be... Wait, hold on. That didn't work. Fuck. Damn it. There has to be a way. Yeah. Hold on. I'll make this work, son of a bitch. Damn it. I will make this work. I mean, we're literally this close. I mean, there's no way I'm just going to stone cause fallacy this shit. There ain't no way. Hold up. Yeah, come on. Let's get back to... Let's see.
You're not going to...
Wait, hold on. Wait. Nope, hold on. Maybe I think I might find a loophole, but I need to be precise every fucking time, which is going to be annoying. Come on. I know you're there. Wait, hold on. Let me do it like this. Let me do this. Horizontal mode. Will this help? Oh shit, it does. No, it didn't. It made it worse. No. It actually, for some reason, automatically went to full screen, but now it just refused to do it. Like, come on. Well, is it just refusing to do so? There has to be a goddamn way. Oh, you know what? I bet it's just because, like, it does this stupid thing where it won't full screen unless... hold on. Does it really only full screen if it... Yeah, dude, it is full screen when I do it like this, though. What the fuck? But it won't full screen like this? Seriously? Boo! Okay, there gotta be a way. I shall find Z fucking's way. I went back to this fuck format. No! I'm pretty sure that was me, dog. Chill. Oh my god, doggo. Oh, but damn it. It popped up for a second and then it was like, nah. It's like, nah. Man, this is annoying. Oh, wait a minute. I figured out a loophole. I'm just gonna share this via this way. And then I can use this. Yeah! There we go. Loophole achieved, baby. That's right. Loophole. Loopholes! Now we just have to wait for it to load. Because we're gonna use Telegram as a loophole, baby. Let's go. We now figured it out. Now we can at least look at it. As soon as it wants to load. There we go.
I don't believe it, Drew.
Oh, don't tell me it's gonna obscure it. There we go.
Man is trying to achieve what no man has accomplished before.
That's right.
Elevating himself to a status where he is carrying not only 3, 6, 10 tubes and then
10 tubes.
Still waddling on.
Lifting up the tube suits.
I don't think I'd say he's carrying them. He's becoming something else.
Well, this man is now
evolving
to Tubatron.
Tubatron, dude.
Legend spoke of him.
Right? We haven't even seen. Yo, no way, he did it.
He did it. Tubatron has evolved. Look at him go forth to battle.
Does he even stand a chance?
Mr. Man don't stand a chance. Go forth, Tubatron. Go forth. Go forth, Tubatron.
You're not gonna believe it, Drew.
Dude, the Tubatron, bro. Dude, look at our fucking boy go forth into battle. Look at our boy go forth.
Yo, no way, he did it.
Our boy goes forth to battle.
Checkers say he's gonna fight the Michelin Man.
Does he even stand a chance?
It's a tight matchup.
God knows he can try.
That's right.
Also more man.
Our boy, dude. Tubatron. All that work to evolve to see the Tubatron. Ladies don't know it, but that's true male peak performance. That actually kind of makes me want to try that. I mean, because I imagine it's very difficult and you have to have a lot of arm and leg strength, but you know what? It is the yearning and journey of every man to evolve into the Tubatron. For that is the true peak male performance. Now, if only YouTube can achieve that, and I don't know, like make it so YouTube Shorts are kind of compatible when it comes to split screens like that. I don't know, that'd be nice. just a little nice. Just a little bit. Where'd you go? I heard the door's closed over there, so he's probably just around the corner. Little goober. A little butt. Just a little butt. A little silly butt. I heard you over there, but I don't know what you're doing besides being a little ball. And I wish I could see you be the little ball that you are, because it melts my heart every time. Because he just be a goober. A little sweet fluffy goober. Oh, I felt a burp coming up, but it wasn't even a burp. That was like pathetic. Ugh. It's like a little... Boo. That was lame. Sad. Sad. But anyway, I think I call it good for the rest of the evening. Got some chicken Alfredo that I was thinking I'll make myself up for the night, so kind of went on cheat mode and just kind of like got to like kind of mix it together and just whip it up type of shit. But you know what? Hey, still chicken Alfredo. So could have some of that bad boy and go in food coma. So call it good for the rest of the little night, and might stream before, you know, a little fun adventure tomorrow. Good to see Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper tomorrow. And my homeboy Ripsy is gonna show up here at 2, so I might do a quick little stream before all that. Might not. We'll see. But if not, be back around for tomorrow night. So peace out. And see y'all for the next one. So, atiloo.